Hello. Happy Taco Tuesday, everyone. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. I hope you all enjoyed your tacos this evening. I know I did. Ms. Ray, hello. Great to see you. Is tonight the night? I'm not prepared to answer that question anymore. I really don't know at this point. I was feeling confident, and then last week happened, and now my confidence is completely gone. I do think we'll make some interesting discoveries tonight. That's my prediction for this evening. Will that get to guess the end of the game? I don't know. I really don't know what to think. So last week, just to summarize, we went down in this well right here, and we solved what I assume is the final puzzle of the pirate treasure side quest. And then we were presented with a quiz about what is going on with like the mystery we're actually trying to investigate. And I got 0 to 25% correct according to the game. And I took the quiz again and got the same percentage allegedly. But then Dronon did some tests and determined that the game was lying to me, which I'm very curious about. But maybe we did better than I thought, but there's still so many questions. So let me catch up on chat here. Hello, 6-7, Derek Ironbutt. Great to see you both. Mizra said, it's way too late now, but I feel like Robot should have added an extra eye for Maupiti for each stream this took. We did discuss this. However, I simply do not have enough time to make a new graphic every week. It would have been very funny, though. And there would be so many like at this point, it would be going off the screen. I guess I went the wrong way over there. Silver Streak, hello. Good to see you. Let me give some shout outs here. Mizrai, of course. Oh, no. Okay. What's the game to the left of the Colonel's Bequest supposed to be? Gabriel Knight 2? Yeah. So there's Colonel's Bequest is the one where you can see the front. We're for anyone unclear, we're talking about the boxes here on the background graphic. So there's the Colonel's Bequest, and then the Beast Within, Gabriel Knight 2. And then next to that is, it's not really supposed to be a specific game, but it was kind of modeled after the Infocom box style, which always has like a striped background on it. Maybe it's Sork, maybe it's some other Infocom game. Who knows? 32-bit kid, hello. I'm glad you came prepared for Taco Tuesday. That is the exact number of tacos I had this evening. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Just need to blame the crimes on Watley and Little. Yeah. Unseeker Crush, hello. What if there is no end to the game? A very good question. It certainly seems possible. I would not doubt it. Why would you manifest this? I mean, I feel like it kind of goes without saying at this point. We could be here forever. Derek Ironbutt, hello. You can do it. Then we feast on cookie cake. We already had the cookie cake. I mean, y'all can have a cookie cake whenever you want. Maybe we'll get another one, but I guess we'll have to find out. Not until we finish the game, though. You want a pirate treasure? You get a damn quiz, nerd, and you'll like it. I gotta be honest, I enjoyed the quiz. What I thought was gonna happen was like that we would maybe get like a different type of bad ending. That was my hunch as to what would happen. I at least thought that, you know, even once the quiz popped up, I kind of assumed that there would be an ending after that, even if it was just like most of the endings, all the endings we've gotten in this game are just a screen of text. So like it wouldn't be difficult for them to put in another ending. It's kind of weird that it just kicks you back out to the game. But I guess it's considerate of them, at least. They're like, well, you came this far. I guess we'll let you play some more and try to figure it out. Black and Gray Stripes. This comes for the early releases. 3 streams equivalent of homework. Yeah, so the homework. I've got the homework here. Let's talk about the homework. So I spent 14 hours. I did count. Up in the corner here is my tally of how many hours were spent. And along the side here are items you can find in the game. Along the top are all the characters in the game. And there's a second page. So what I did here, I picked up each item, I gave it to a character, and then recorded their response. So there's 2 ways characters will respond when you give them an item. So if you go in the debate menu, there's an option that says just give, I think. And one of 2 things can happen. They will take the item either way, so that's fun. Most likely response is they'll say something along the lines of, thanks, you got anything else? And we learned from Drone On last week. I had not figured out this mechanic. I do remember at one point we did the contradiction thing on Roy at one point, and I figured out that, that got a different response out of him. But it never really occurred to me to dig for more responses to questions in other ways. But if you get that answer, that basically means that they didn't really like the thing you gave them. The other possible response you can get is, I believe they say, thanks, that makes me happy. So that's the one that means they really like it. So again, according to Drone On, I didn't try this because I didn't want to uncover any new information as much as I could. But supposedly, if we get that response, that means they liked it, and then maybe we can get more information out of them, like an additional line of dialogue for a particular topic. So tonight, what we're going to do is take all this data I've gathered and try to get all that additional dialogue as much as we can. Will that require more spreadsheets? Maybe. I think initially I'm not going to make more spreadsheets, but we might get to a point where it's like, well, I guess we should be keeping track of all this so we don't end up doing the same things over and over. But we'll see. Another interesting thing about all this time I spent on this. So Drawn On sent image to Unsecret Crush, which was a translated graphic from like a French guide for the game. I did not read that graphic. However, I did have Unsecret Crush send me a copy of it, so I saw like a little tiny thumbnail of it. And it was hard not to notice that there seemed to be more highlighted boxes in that graphic than I have here on my 2 pages. I think that graphic like excluded the items that no one is interested in. So maybe it just looked like there were more. But it does make me wonder if maybe I made some errors or something. The most likely cause of errors is that I made a decision that, like, there's a lot of items that are duplicated in the game. So like revolver, almost everybody has a gun, mask, first aid kit, writing paper. These are all things that you find all over the place. Scent, razor. I think there's cards in a couple places. There's a couple sextants and compasses, etc. So for those items, I decided to just make the assumption that people would react the same way to any version of that item. Just because those items didn't seem that interesting in the first place. I kind of figured it would be unlikely to get a positive response for one of those. And if I did decide to keep track of all that separately, it would have been like probably another like 6 or more hours of work. I don't even know. But I did come across one scenario where I figured out that Bruce likes Lucky Strikes. He's apparently the only character in the game that likes Lucky Strikes. But if you give him the Lucky Strikes that come from his own cabin, he does not respond positively to those. So that made it clear that the game kind of keeps track in some way of where an item came from. So when I discovered that, I was like, oh shit. Maybe I should have been keeping track of all these items, duplicate items separately. The ones I did keep track of are cases where like there's actually something obviously different. Like, for example, there's various things referred to as like a piece of paper. I can't remember the exact wording in the game, but like, they're very clearly different items. Like if you read them, you'll get a, totally different text. So with those items, I kept track of them separately. I kept track of all the keys separately, even though they're all labeled key and some of them look identical. So there's a few cases like that where I kept track of things separately, but for items that had no visual difference and no obvious way to tell them apart, I was just like, I'll just assume that everyone's going to respond the same. So maybe that was wrong. Maybe I made other mistakes in some other way, but who knows? The important thing is there's lots of check marks here, and that's useful to help get information out of people. So I think we can make some progress even if I made some mistakes. I wonder what items Fred likes. Me too. Let's see. So if anyone missed it, Fred is a name that comes up in the quiz that you get when you solve all the pirate puzzles. And I'm reasonably confident that Fred is just a made-up character, but I'm definitely not 100% positive. Like, I think my assumption is, like, for example, I don't remember for sure, but I would assume Lucy was in that list. And Lucy is a character that you could learn about, or you could potentially get to the end of the game without ever learning about her at all. Especially if you were just like laser focused on the pirate puzzle stuff. So like, I assume the developers wanted to have something in there to throw you off. Like, it's definitely the kind of thing that some games do. And it seems like that has to be the case here, but who knows? I really don't know. Like I said, I no longer have confidence about anything I've figured out in this game. Like the first time I went through that quiz, I was just kind of taking like mostly guesses based on the knowledge I did have. I did not feel great about it most of the time. And then the second time through, I was trying to, rethink everything, and I came up with some different answers, and then we started getting different questions. And it seemed like the different questions were suggesting that I was on the right track that time. In that it had like, default questions it would give you if you were getting questions wrong. But if you, got some of the questions correct, it would, give you different questions. Like they didn't want the questions to reveal too much. So they had two sets of questions based on whether or not you had figured certain things out, was my take on what happened there. But it's possible that's wrong too. You know, maybe they're just randomized questions. Maybe like they take the first couple answers you give and like all the rest of the questions are, you know, assuming what you said was true or something. So, you know, there could be a huge number of questions and they're like always misleading. Honestly, like given what we've learned about this game, that wouldn't surprise me at all. So who knows? But hopefully we can figure out a little bit more of it today. Let's see. Catch up on chat here. Doing this off stream was the right call. Yeah, obviously. Like this was not interesting at all. I definitely like I had something you know, playing in the background to listen to or whatever the entire time. I just kind of sat on the couch and went full gremlin mode and got all the work done. Let's see. I did take a few notes. There were a few interesting things that I noticed. So I'm really curious if I had these written down already. I didn't check. But I noticed Chris went into Anita's room at 2:30. Well, that's illegible. I think what I wrote here is 2:30 M. I wrote the one letter that doesn't tell you the important information, but I'm pretty sure that was 2:30 p.m. On the first day. I spent a lot of time going through like the first half of the first day. Towards the end, there's certain items that you can't get till later, so I had to spend some time later eventually. Okay, so well, that's the wrong day still. 2:30 first day. Okay, so Chris. Oh, Anita's. Okay. And then at 3:45, he was at Juste. Okay, so I already knew that too. It was interesting that I noticed him in places just kind of snooping around. Like, it makes sense given what we know about him. Like, he's definitely some kind of secret cop. And he's clearly, you know, trying to investigate things. Let's see. We already talked about the Lucky Strikes thing. So he liked the Lucky Strikes from the kitchen and Marie's room, but not the ones from his own cabin. Bruce, that is. Oh, another thing. I learned that Anita's key, there's a key you find in Anita's room. And for a long time, I just had no idea what that key was for. Eventually, we've learned pretty early on, someone told us that when a room is unused, Maguy double locks it. So for a long time, I was under the assumption that we needed two keys to get into Lucy's room. And eventually we found another key that's identical to Anita's key, visually identical. And I, you know, had both of those keys in my inventory and I was able to go into Lucy's room. So I just assumed that we needed both of those. Turns out you don't. Anita's key, as far as I can tell, does nothing. I don't know if it's just an item they decided to put in the game to, like, it almost seems like it was put there by the developers to, you know, get you used to thinking about looking around for objects, and also to, you know, put the idea in your head that there's, you know, doors that you can unlock. But also that seems so unlike most of the way this game is designed. You know, it generally doesn't really hold your hand like that. So I don't know. I'm kind of curious if there's some use for it that we haven't learned yet. Once I realized this, I was like, oh, it's a thing we can give back to Anita and she'll like that. But no, She doesn't like her own key. If you show it to her, she'll acknowledge that it is hers and that she was looking for it. But you don't get that like bonus. So I still don't know what that key is for, if anything. And then this was a thing that we knew about, but I had never really thought about. Or at least I don't remember thinking this far through. Like at one point we learned that Marie was probably drugged. Let's see. Did we actually learn that from multiple? Shit. Well, I know one thing we learned eventually was that there was no sign of violence with the body found on South Beach. And also that it was not an accident. Both of these according to Bob. So this kind of suggests to me that this person was drugged. Also that they were definitively drowned. So like it kind of suggests that they were drugged, right? Because otherwise they would have struggled. Like it was made clear that there wasn't a struggle. So we had separately learned that Marie had tea every night and that Maggie made her tea at least on the night before she disappeared. And I kind of feel like there was maybe some separate dialogue suggesting she was drugged, but I cannot remember anymore. But that's definitely a theory we've had for a while. And then I realized while I was going through all these items that Maggie has sleeping pills in her nightstand. So that was kind of interesting to notice. I've been a little bit distrusting of Maggie for a while now, but definitely like not any solid evidence that I can think of. So I don't know. Who the heck is Fred? Indeed. Okay, so all that said, let's get into it. I think where's my notebook? I think we're gonna restart the game. I'm getting out my notebook so I can add to our death count. Oh, right. Another thing I did. It would have been a lot longer than 14 hours if I hadn't sped up DOSBox. I ended up using... DOSBox X has a menu where you can emulate a particular CPU speed. I think I mostly emulated a Pentium 133 megahertz, blazing fast 133 megahertz, which with the sound off was fine. I found that on certain speeds, the text-to-speech just kind of made some like crackling type of sounds that were unpleasant. So we definitely don't want to play that fast normally, but I did turn it up just a little bit. So we're now like it defaults to, I think 3000 cycles. But we're now at 6075, which is emulating a 386DX at 33 megahertz. So it's just a tiny bit faster. Honestly, I should probably, when I play a DOS game, play around with cycle settings a bit more often before I start getting into it. Because, generally the default works fine, but, not every game was designed to be run at that kind of speed. So this just feels a tiny bit faster without feeling like we're playing it faster than was intended. Okay, so down in the well we go. So I think the first order of business is to try to better understand exactly what we're doing here. We should look at the manual real quick. At one point in all my research, I was thinking about this whole mechanic, and I was just kind of dumbfounded by the whole thing. Like, it's wild that there are so many things in this game that we never really knew about. There's the manual. Okay. I won't bother to put it up on screen, but I will read the relevant passage here. There's like one or two sentences in the game that talk about okay. So there's a dialogue section, and it says, Nina Marie, hello! Welcome, y'all! Thank you so much for coming by. I hope you had a great stream. So you're just in time for, we're just starting to actually get in the game here. So I've thought for the past couple weeks that any day now I would actually finally beat this game. This is the 26th stream of it. And let's see, I think that the total number of hours... Oh my gosh, 2 raids at the same time. Deavor, hello. Great to see you as well. I will give you a shout out in just a minute once the previous one time's out here. Hello to Wrapped, good to see you. Welcome again, Silverstreak. Agancilio, great to see you. Game to Jeff. Pixel Turkey, hello. So, what was I saying? 117 hours I've spent playing this game now, plus 14 hours off stream to do a bunch of homework. Last week, I made these 2 pages of spreadsheets to figure out what items people in the game like. And today we're going to use this information to talk to people and try to figure out how to get them to reveal more information, which is apparently a mechanic I almost completely missed. The one time I did manage to do it correctly, I just kind of stopped trying. But we were consulting the manual, which says to speak to the subject involves questioning and in some cases an argument. If the suspect lies or doesn't tell the whole truth, the detective can contradict his statements. The Wrap, thank you so much for that gift sub to Nina Marie. Appreciate that greatly. Agancilli says, now I have to ask, are you sure this game can be beaten? Yes. Very good question. There are at least a couple people that have beaten it. It is known as like one of the most difficult games ever made, and I definitely think it has earned that reputation. It's kind of a combination of like there's very little like guidance given to the player. Let's see, I said something the other day that I think was a good way of describing it. The developers of this game don't think it's their job to help you beat the game. They think that if you want to beat the game, like, that's on you. Like, it really seems like that was a core part of their design philosophy, is to not, like, hold your hand in any way whatsoever. Like, you are given a manual that kind of lays out a lot of the game mechanics, but they're explained so simply, and also, like, this was originally a French game by a French developer, and I feel like maybe some information kind of got lost in translation. But there's lots of like game mechanics that are difficult to figure out, let alone the actual mystery, which is a whole other level of difficulty. And then there's also this like secondary pirate treasure mystery to figure out. But somehow that one I managed to get through. Deavor got to the final boss in Fatherworld. Nice. Congrats. I was lurking, and I saw you were getting very close last I was taking a peek. Salt Ranger, good to see you. Xenolon, all the spreadsheets have been created, and tonight's the night for real this time. I appreciate your optimism. I don't know that I share that optimism, but I am excited. You didn't get the 4-heart event with Marie before taking the quiz. I did not, sadly. Just catching up on chat here. Culinary Disaster, great to see you. Dronon, hello. Dronon has been my guide throughout this journey. Dronon is one of like 3 people that has finished this game before and has occasionally offered some extremely helpful and necessary hints. Hello, Val. A bold choice for someone who designed an ungame. I suppose so. Davor says, I'm scared I have entirely too little health for the endgame, but I guess we'll see. I think that's a reasonable concern. If y'all haven't seen this game, Father World, before, it's a Korean DOS game, and it is very, very difficult from what I've seen. Maybe even more difficult than Maupiti Island, perhaps. Certainly a different type of difficulty, though. Dronan says, good news, besides the quiz, there aren't any other big mechanics to spring on you. Don't sound too happy about it. I'm your trickster mentor. Yeah. I appreciate it nonetheless. But yeah, it is good to know that we're finally learning all the major mechanics here. Okay, so let me get back to this bit in the manual here. To speak to the subject involves questioning and in some cases an argument. If a suspect lies or doesn't tell the whole truth, the detective can contradict his statements with a response that he has stored in memory. So this is referring to specific like game mechanics here. You can take any line of dialogue that's said to you and memorize it. And then you pick a numbered slot that it goes into. And then, sometime later in the game, you can take one of those memories and basically, I assume it's suggested that we're saying that information back to the person we're talking to at that point as a way of contradicting them. So one time I managed to use that successfully and get a different response out of someone. It's a thing I've thought about a lot, but I just have rarely come into a situation where it seems clear that like we can take a thing that one person said or maybe even the same person said and present it later in a way that makes sense. There's lots of things we've come across that I don't think people are telling the truth about, but often I don't have a line of dialogue that is relevant, or at least that seems relevant to me. So I haven't made a use of this mechanic very much. But then it goes on. He also has more expeditious methods at his disposal. Give something to bribe the suspect or to beat him up. On the condition that he gives the right object to the right person, that he bribes with enough money or has enough energy to beat up the suspect without being beaten up himself. Oh, I never realized that. So if we're low on energy, we might fail at the fight. That's fascinating. Finally, it is possible to show an object to a suspect or a witness to obtain additional information. So showing objects is a thing I used a bunch. I had tried giving people stuff, but never really got an obvious response. Sometimes they'd respond a little differently that seemed like they were, especially excited to get what I was giving them, but like the game didn't really give you any guidance on how to make use of that. And then bribery was kind of similar, like they would respond differently based on how much money I gave them, but like I couldn't see any way to make use of that. And then the same thing with trying to beat them up. Like there were certain scenarios where like if you go into a person's room when they don't want you to be there, it seemed like, bribing them or beating them up could get them to talk to you when they were otherwise unwilling to. Or if we followed someone and they caught us, they wouldn't want to talk to me. But if I did one of those actions, that would sometimes get them to talk. But that didn't seem useful because we could accomplish the same thing by, not getting caught or just talking to them at a different time. But it turns out like all along, we could have been getting more information. I never realized it. So hopefully today we can finally figure that out. Drone on last week gave me some tips, and I'm going to do my best to work the rest out on my own. But if I'm still struggling, perhaps we'll need to ask for additional tips. Puzzle, hello, great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Davor says I would liken it to Prince of Persia. Yeah. It'd be funny when we get the details to learn that punching someone out degrades your reputation less than leaving a cabinet open. For anyone that doesn't understand, there's this completely invisible mechanic in this game where doing certain things makes everyone distrust you. Like if you're digging through cabinets and stuff in front of other people, they will not be happy about that. There's various other things like that. If you drop items in front of people out in the open, apparently if you take money from anywhere, even your own money that's in your cabin right here, you will lose points. And then if you lose too many like trust points, you basically get citizens arrested and locked up somewhere until the cops come and take you away, and then it's game over. That's another thing where like the game doesn't really give you anything to help figure out any of the pieces of that mechanic. And some of them are kind of logical. Other things, like taking your own money out of your own cabin, don't really make sense. So that's kind of this game in a nutshell. All right. So one thing we have right at the beginning here is a newspaper. And there are 3 people that will be happy to get my newspaper. So we're going to start by grabbing that. Let's see. The pills I determined were not useful, so we'll leave those. Okay, we'll go grab the bullet too, maybe. There's a couple things around here. Okay, so in here, there's a bullet. So I should talk a little bit about the kind of my general findings here. Most of the things people liked were not surprising to me. Bob is really into Marie, so of course he likes anything relating to Marie. Chris is secretly a cop, so of course he likes anything that's like potential evidence, like the bullet, or there's some crumpled paper with drugs in it, stuff like that. Then there's kind of some generalized things, like there's a bracelet and a brooch, and all the women are happy to get either of those things, of course. 2 of the women are happy to get suntan lotion. Maggie is maybe the only religious person, or maybe she just is the one that happens to own a cross because that's the thing she likes. Juste, he's happy to get his amulet back. We knew he lost that. There's a bra that allegedly belongs to Maggie, and she is happy to get it back. But also Juste and Anton are happy to receive that, which was surprising to me. Anton was also happy to receive the binoculars, which was intriguing. Bruce is apparently the primary fan of Lucky Strikes. Roy, if you give him his diamond back that he loses in Juice's home, possibly while trying to murder him, he appreciates that. So yeah, that's kind of a summary of it. There's a couple things I didn't mention. Juice's key, when you get that, you can give that to Chris or Maggie, and they're both happy to get that. Both of those kind of make sense. Chris, because it's potential evidence. Maggie, because, you know, she... well, I guess I don't know. She owns the main building. I don't know if she necessarily owns Juste's home. Maybe not. But she's kind of like the person in charge around here is kind of how she's presented, I guess. Let's see. Yeah, that gives you an idea. Did you see Dronon's last comment? Oh, I gave Unsecret Crest a situation to practice on. I think I will... she did mention that to me. I think I will fool around on my own first and see if I can manage to sort it out. But if I can't, then I will definitely be happy to take those suggestions. Unsecret Crest says, a thing I have is more of a practice situation than an actual hint like I originally assumed. Okay. Chart is really good. I spotted one error, but there was a lot to compare against. Interesting. Dicevor, hello. You mostly missed summary of my off-stream homework and things that went on last week and stuff like that. We have not managed to actually do anything yet. I'm going around to grab a couple items, and then we'll try to get some information out of someone. So we've got a bullet and a newspaper. Let's go grab that bra, because there's 3 people that like that. So that's a useful item to experiment with. I went in the wrong room. Upper room. Okay. So the next thing we kind of got to figure out is what's a topic that someone might have additional information on. And this is the tricky one, especially early in the game. But
yes,
let's talk to Roy a little bit and think about this. Six Seven says, let's go grab that bra because there's 3 people who like that. Absolutely unhinged detective statement. Yes, true. That's the kind of thing I say while playing this game, apparently. So we have this menu here. What's your opinion on? In this menu is a list of 20 things that you can unlock by observing various things throughout the game. We only have 3 at the beginning. But maybe there's one of these that someone can tell us more about. Let's kind of look at the responses
girls
here.
like her don't have enemies.
So my interpretation of what we want to do here is look out for something that someone might be lying about, or maybe something that someone might have more information about. And then we're going to kind of, convince them to talk a little more. So I didn't make spreadsheets for all the dialogue in the game yet, but I did make a spreadsheet of that menu with the 20 topics, because those seemed particularly interesting. So I do have some highlighted here. For example, Maggie told us that Marie has tea before bed, and that she's the one that prepared her tea the night before she disappeared. Anita also mentioned that Marie has a cigarette and tea before going to bed. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. Okay. I'm just looking at... Let's see. We can unlock some Lucy topics pretty easily, which might be something worth investigating more. The Lady in Black is a good one. So yeah, maybe let's go do that real quick. Let's unlock some more topics. Because I feel like the things I have highlighted here, those were the things that seemed the most interesting to me. So those seem like decent bets for topics we might be able to get more info about. Let's find out if I'm right. So if we try to open this door here, that's a topic. And then if we go talk to Maggie about it, we get another topic.
You wanted to see me.
I did. So here's our debate menu. We're not ready to use that yet. The locked room.
That room's empty. It was Lucy's room, but she left a while ago.
Okay, so now we know about Lucy, which is another character in this list here. And then we also have Lucy's departure here.
She went exactly where she felt like.
She went exactly where she felt like. I'm trying to think, is that something that we should try to get more information out? I need more frog markers. There's too many things to keep track of here. I need to enlist the help of some frogs. Okay, this will make it easier to flip back and forth between the two main sections we're looking at here. Okay. So we have the newspaper, Roy, Anita, and Sue like. The bra is the thing that Maggie likes. And then we grab the bullet, which is the thing that Chris likes. So, I don't know. Let's try it. Let's see what happens here.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Wait. Did I choose give? Huh. Interesting. I didn't expect that response. But when I was doing my testing, I did not give them an item, in the middle of a conversation. So, I think it's maybe implied that we're trying to bribe them in this scenario.
She went exactly where she felt like.
So maybe if, that was a scenario where the person I'm talking to had more to say on that topic, they would have given it to me. Okay, we did lose the item, which is expected. Okay, so let's see. Lucy's departure, I have a bunch highlighted. Anton says that Roy helped Lucy get away. Bruce says Roy said she got off at Port Louis. Sue says she left without saying anything and owed Sue money. Juste says she tore up his house and stole his amulet. So let's take the amulet is right here. This seems like a good thing to test with. So Juste says that about Lucy and makes it seem like he doesn't like her. However, there is a photo of the two of them together on the beach in his house. It's under a cabinet. Obviously they could have, had a falling out or something, but I've been kind of wondering if it's possible he's lying about that. So let's go follow up on that. So that seems like a scenario where we can, we know he likes that item and it's also appropriate to the topic. So that seems like a good thing to test this mechanic with. We just got to find him. It shouldn't be too hard. I have a rough idea of where we can find him. Oh, I think he might be at Maggie's right now because it's about lunchtime. Yeah, there he is. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for all the frogs. Okay. So we're going to ask his opinion on Lucy's departure.
I don't know where she went, but she's the one who tore up my house. She stole my amulet.
Also, a thing that like seems a little weird here is allegedly she stole his amulet, but it's just sitting on the ground here. It doesn't seem hard to find. So I'm really curious how we'll respond to this.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Okay. Ask Juste about Fred. I wish. Okay. I'm going to keep going a little bit. But then if I still haven't made any progress, I'll take Dronon's suggestion about a thing to try. Let's see. What's another one we can try? So we have the newspaper and the bullet. Oh, everybody's gone now. Figures. So Anita likes the newspaper. So I'm just going to open up the conversation
Well,
menu.
looking for me, sweetie.
If you're talking to someone, they won't disappear mid-conversation. So let's see. Yeah, we could ask about Marie's habits. Let's hear that full dialogue.
She always smoked a cigarette and drank a cup of tea before going to sleep. One time she dozed off. She nearly set the sheets on fire.
Okay. I don't know if that's necessarily a thing that seems worth following up on. That's a scenario where it doesn't really sound like she's lying, but maybe she would tell us more if we talked her into it. I don't know. Let's see. Is there anything else we could try with Anita in particular? Let's ask her about the locked room.
Whenever a room is empty, Maguy double locks it.
Let's try. I'm curious about this one.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Struck out again. Silver says, at this point, I feel like Robot Spacer needs the investigation board from Shadows of Doubt to start putting people in lines connecting all the evidence back to them. Okay, so now we have the bullet, which Chris is the only one that likes the bullet. Let's see, is there any topic in particular? Okay, I have no topics highlighted for him. But that's just this one conversation section. Let's find Chris, and there's got to be something we can press him on. Let's see. Okay, 2:30. He's at Anita's room, I think. Chris. Maybe Lucy's. Let's check Anita's room. Lucy's, we'd have to get the key first. But we can do that real quick if Maggie's not here. Okay, good. I'm not going to worry too much for now about getting those negative trust points, because I feel like we're going to do a fair amount of starting over. Because like once you give someone an item, it's gone as far as I can tell. I don't think we ever get it back. You can definitely soft lock yourself by giving away items, as far as I can tell. There's Chris. Okay.
What for?
Okay. What are you doing?
I got the rooms confused.
Okay. I don't believe you. The bullet doesn't have anything to do with this, but we know it's something he'll like. So let's see what he says here.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Okay. What? Oh, I don't have any money. I'm gonna punch him. I mean, he's a cop, so.
If I get mad, there'll be trouble.
Oh.
If I get mad, there'll be trouble. I don't feel like talking.
Oh, okay. Now he won't talk to me at all. Let's keep beating him up.
If I get mad, there'll be
You
trouble.
keep saying that. All right. I clearly struck out again. And now we're out of items. Yeah. All right. Either Drone On or on Secret Crush. Why don't you give me that info? I feel like I'm worried I'm missing something here. Like I'm not doing this correctly. Don't quite understand how bribing works. I have an inkling from the French guy, but there's got to be some extra aspect I don't get. Interesting. Okay. If I had some money on me, I would try it, but it seems like the bribery and violence routes have too many downsides to really be good ways to approach this. Like it seems like they're responding differently when I give them an item. So I wonder if I'm just not getting the right scenarios here. Okay. Grab 2 things Bruce likes, intercept him at the South Beach at 4:30 a.m., ask him what he's doing there, then give him both items in a row. You don't have to ask both times. Okay. God. Okay. 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 So it takes 2 items just to get 1 bit of information out of him. That's wild. Thank you both. Okay. Is this fucking game? Oh gosh. Okay. So I think we're just gonna do a reset here, and the quickest way to do that is to climb down the well. Or okay, yeah, we can just go in the pond. 116 deaths. By the way, I did not tally all the deaths during my 14 hours of homework. There were very, very many deaths involved in this process. I would guess 30 to 50 is my extremely rough estimate. Okay, so Bruce likes Lucky Strikes. Oh no, that's the only item I have for Bruce. Oops. If you have an item to suggest, feel free. Those don't count if they aren't streamed. Yeah, I figured it was not worth keeping track of them. Wait, I came in here. I keep thinking Bruce. I keep thinking of the items that are in his cabin. I guess I'll go ahead and grab them since they're items other people like. We got 3 people that like the bra, and Bob likes the handkerchief belonging to Marie, of course. Bob, we have a ton of items we can give. Anton, I have 2. Bruce, just the 1. The cigarettes, I guess I can go... Oh, wait, I can grab 2 packs of cigarettes from Marie's room and the kitchen, I think. I forgot that that's actually 2 things. Speaking of which, the letters from the Lady in Black to Bob, Chris is happy to get any of those. So that's 3 for Chris right there. And there's a bunch of other things he likes. Okay. So let's go to Maggie's. We'll start with Marie's. Let's see. Those are probably in the nightstand. That makes sense. Lighter, Lucky Strikes. And then I think the other ones are in the kitchen. Don't remember where, but drawer makes sense. Lamp, Lucky Strikes. Nice. Okay. So you said at 4:30 a.m. Okay, so we have a while to wait. Oh, we'll get 2 extra answers. Okay, interesting. Got it. All right, so we'll just go, since this is just a test run, we'll just go sleep until 4:30 in the morning. Actually, let me do a quick save here. That way we can come back to having a few items already. Save us some time. 50 deaths is like 5.555 cats. I suppose it is. All right. So we got a long time to sleep here. Bruce at 4:30 a.m. Bruce spends a lot of time on South Beach. I have long suspected he's the one that puts the money in the tree on South Beach. But I have had very little idea what exactly Bruce is up to. I definitely don't trust him, but I don't know what the hell he's up to. So... Okay, yeah, so I didn't even know that he went there at 4:30 in the morning. Like, I knew he was at the pier at 4, and then at 6 he's back at the pier. That's interesting. You can find a second pack in a kitchen drawer. Oh, yeah, got it. Oh, Marie's lighter? Oh, shit. Okay. Noted. Yeah, like I said, I didn't try every individual item, and lighter is a thing that there are duplicates of. So I think I missed some items because of that approach I took. But that's good to know. Okay, sleep. Let's see, it shouldn't take too long to get to South Beach from here, so can get pretty close to the time period we want. So it's 3:10 right now, so 4:10 should be pretty good. All right, let's head out. Let's see. I don't think we can go to South Beach from Maggie's for some reason, but I think we can get there from the garden. There we go. Okay, 5 minutes late, but he's still here. Great. Okay. I hope this works.
Yes, sailor.
Okay, so ask him what he's doing there. Okay. What are you doing?
I'm taking a walk.
Okay. There's lots of people that say this, and I know they're lying a lot of the time. First, I'm going to make a note that he's here at this time. 4:30 South Beach. Okay. Why are you really here, Bruce? Have some cigarettes.
I'm sunbathing.
At 4:30 in the morning, Bruce? Are you sure? Buddy, are you sure about that?
I couldn't sleep.
Okay. Why would you... Okay. So we didn't really get anything useful. And why would he lie about that? Is he still lying? I don't have anything else to give him that he'll like. They're not particularly good answers, but now you see how this works. Yes. So I had the right idea. I just wasn't using it in scenarios where it would get me anything. But I'm glad we have that confirmed now. So the question is, what are the scenarios where we can actually get something good? So, like I said, there's other scenarios where someone will say they're out taking a walk, and I'm pretty sure they're lying about it. I can look at my schedule to try to take guesses about that. I'm just thinking, like, there's lots of items we could give to Chris that he'll appreciate, but, like, I wonder if he's maybe harder to get information out of or something. Like, 100% he's lying about going into the wrong room when he was in Lucy's room. Like, that room is locked. Like, you don't go in a locked room accidentally. It doesn't make sense. But his response suggests that he's not willing to tell us why he's actually there. And, like, he probably has some amount of information. I wonder if we could get anyone to tell us more about the lady in black. That would be interesting. So I think that's a topic, right? Oh no, my pages are falling out. Tronan says, now sometimes I've done question answer, give item 1, new answer, ask a different question, get new answer to different question, but not at all consistently. Okay, got it. Interesting. So basically you're able to get a couple pieces of information from a single item in some scenarios. Okay. I feel like I'm maybe not going to bother to try that much, if at all, just because it seems like if it doesn't work reliably, it's just going to kind of be a tedious process, and it might even like mislead me into thinking that someone doesn't have anything to say about a topic that maybe they do. Let's see. Lady in Black. Okay. So I have two answers highlighted. Bob thinks that Anita is the lady in black. And then Anita, when we asked her about the lady in black, she just like super brushed it off as though we were completely making shit up. Like she said sounds like we're talking about something out of a dime store novel. Whereas everyone else, either didn't know or took it seriously. So to me, that suggested Anita was hiding something. I don't necessarily think she's the lady in black, but it seems possible. And even more so, it seems like she might be hiding information about who is. So let's try to get info out of her about that. So if we find the letters from Bob, we can get that topic. And then what does Anita like? She likes the newspaper, so that's an easy one. The bracelet and the brooch. And the suntan lotion. So that's 4 things we can grab very easily. fact, we can grab one right now. I was thinking we might need to reset before we do this, but maybe not, actually. I'll go ahead and, well... Yeah, I'll leave the cross there. Just because our inventory is already piling up here. We can only carry 6 things at a time. So... Let's go back to Maggie's, and the other 2 items are in Marie's room here. Dronan says, anyway, in other news, I mentioned this on the Friday night stream. I won't spoil how, but I used Cheat Engine and discovered the way the quiz calculates its results is extremely deceptive. I was quite upset about it. That does sound pretty upsetting. Like, yeah. And then the brooch. Okay. Let's see. Did anyone like the pirate book? No. I was surprised by that. No one liked the chess book either. But that one I figured was probably like, I feel like key items that you need to like solve certain things. No one likes, like, you can still give it to them and like lose that item permanently, but there's no incentive that feels intentional. There are some items that like you need, but once you've used them once, you're kind of done with them. Like Juste's key, for example. If you want, I can give you your actual stats, how well you did on the quiz both times. That's... I don't think I want to know that yet. That feels like that could give me a lot of information, possibly. My thought has been like, I'm going to spend some time trying to figure out what I can today, and then probably toward the end of the stream, I'll try doing the quiz again, at least if I feel like I've learned more, and we'll see how that goes. And then at that point, I might be willing to accept some additional information to tell me how I'm really doing, but we'll see. Hello, Riz Mason. Good to see you. Can't hang around tonight. Just dropping to say good luck, and remember to wait till you go down that one well. Thank you. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3. Oh, right. We already gave away the newspaper. So now we just got to wait till Anita is awake. Oh, wait. No, I think she's gone back to sleep now. She's awake in the middle of the night for a bit, but I think she's back to sleep. So let's... we're superb. We'll just wait since it's almost time for people to wake up. Okay. God, I have so many... Like, some of this is Zork notes, but I have a lot of Maupiti Island notes. Okay, so we're on the second day now. And... Okay, she goes to the pond at 8. Interesting. And the well at 9. Huh. Those are both kind of interesting. Let's just go to the pond and wait for her to show up. There she is.
Were you looking for me, sweetie?
I was. What you doing here?
Leave me alone.
Interesting. So... I could give her stuff here to see if we get more information out of her, but I wonder if maybe it would be more effective to wait until she goes to the well. She was supposed to meet someone at the well at midnight, but that person never showed up. So, like, my impression of what's going on here is that, well, also Juste is dead now, so she may be upset about that. I don't really know. I don't have a strong idea of how anyone in this game feels about any other character. Like, we're occasionally told things that suggest, certain people are friends, but like, it's a lot to keep track of, and I can never remember. I think I'm going to wait till she goes to the well and see what she says there.
Again.
Yeah, I have suspected for a long time that she was perhaps supposed to meet Juste. Like, most of the characters that we can talk to at that point in the game are like asleep at the time they're supposed to meet. So like, I feel like we can safely rule out those people. Juste is like the one person who was awake and clearly seemed like distracted by something. Also, it's unclear if Anita knows who was going to meet her at the well. But like, my thought is that she doesn't necessarily know who was supposed to meet her there, but then like, she goes there, she stands around for an hour, no one ever shows up. She starts making her way back home. She goes by Juice's house on the way, and sees him like in a hurry. And then, the next day it turns out Juste is dead. So I feel like at that point she's probably thinking it was Juste that gave me this note and now he's dead. At least that makes sense to me.
I was thinking of what's been happening for the past few hours.
Okay. Well, let's see what happens here. So we can give her suntan lotion, bracelet. I think the bracelet actually belongs to her.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Okay. So that doesn't seem effective. Let's see. What are some topics we can ask about? Oh, shoot. I completely forgot to actually unlock the Lady in Black topic. Oops. Let's see what we can ask about. Juice's death. Let's see what she says about that.
Why him? Why it's too unfair.
Okay. All right. Let's go get that Lady in Black topic unlocked, and then we'll talk to her again. So we've got 3 different notes we can grab here. And I assume reading any of them will give us the topic. So we got room, so we might as well grab another one. And then we gotta find Anita again. I think she probably goes back to the main building here. Yeah. Nope. Not there yet. Where is she on the way? Well, let's try waiting. I think she'll show up here. Okay.
You again.
It's me again.
The Lady in Black. This is an investigation from a dime store novel. Why do you ask?
Okay. So now let's give her something.
Bob thinks I wrote the letters he got.
There we go. Okay. We knew that, unfortunately.
I don't see what you are getting at.
So I'm gonna add a ×2 in the corner here to indicate that a character has more information about a topic. For now, I'm not going to keep track of all the other dialogue in the game on a spreadsheet, but I might get there. So I'll at least keep track of anything additional we learn on this spreadsheet. So we've got some things that Bob likes. Let's see if we can get more information out of Bob and why he thinks it's Anita. Let's see. Other people's comments on the Lady in Black. Juste said she's the devil's mistress. That might be worth following up on. Maggie said that she contacted Bob, which kind of just seems like secondhand information. Chris said he doesn't know. What the heck does that say? I cannot read my writing. Oh, Lady in Mourning. That's what Roy said. Something about a lady in mourning. Like, that's kind of a weird comment to make. And then Anton also said that the Lady in Black contacted Bob. Okay. I do wonder if Roy might have more to say. Like, it almost seems like an answer like he's trying to avoid the actual topic. Let's see, where's Bob? I'm going to do a lot of tracking people down tonight. Every time. I was just thinking about when that was going to happen. So you'd think I would have been prepared for it, but I was not. I thought about it briefly, and then my mind moved on. Thank you for the scream. I do wonder if people might have more to say about the shots fired. Let's think about that, since it's a present topic. Shots fired. Where is that? The shots. Okay. I don't have anything highlighted. For once something happens around here, is what Bruce said. Roy says they're aiming at Chris. That was the one scenario where we were able to use the contradiction mechanic to get more info out of someone. I think ultimately Roy kind of admitted he was lying. Chris said that they tried to do away with Roy, which I think is the truth. Maggie says Maupiti used to be quiet. What? Oh, Sue says how everyone was in front of Maggie's after the shot was fired. Roy was terrified as if he had seen a ghost. I forgot about that. Shit. So, like, that kind of suggests that Roy... like, he saw someone he wasn't expecting to see. Someone he thought was gone, maybe dead. And like the fact that he was terrified by that, to me, like Roy has kind of been our number one suspect for the murders. And when we got that dialogue, like I was like, okay, so he murdered someone and now they're trying to shoot at him. It's worth noting we at one point Juste is trying to burn a wig, so like there's possibility of like, you know, maybe it wasn't the actual person that he saw trying to shoot at him. Maybe it was someone else trying to look like them. Or maybe he killed the wrong person. So what can we use to get information out of Roy? We have the newspaper we already used and his diamond. So we could go grab that diamond. Oh, Bob was right there. Shoot. We should talk to Bob over here while Bob's here. Okay. So we're going to ask Bob about the Lady in Black.
I'll prove that it's Anita.
Okay, so he's super convinced. I feel like that doesn't seem like a lie, but we'll see how this goes anyway. Wait, did he like the letters? Oh, he'll like the handkerchief. Okay, so he doesn't care about the letters I have, actually. Chris is the only one that cares about those. I forgot that. For the most part, he's interested in stuff relating to Marie, but those are his letters. So that's why. Okay.
I don't see what you are getting at.
So that got us nothing anyway.
Anita is behind Marie's death. I saw it in her eyes.
Okay. I think that was new information. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. I'm glad I tried that. Hello, Baron Redwing. Good to see you. It's going good. We're slowly learning how to bribe people with things they like and get more information out of them. Yeah. Well, I did 14 hours of homework off stream to find out what everyone likes. Now we're trying to figure out how to use that knowledge effectively. That was the easy part. Now it's what questions out of hundreds elicit additional responses. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, Calinair. Good to see you. Okay. Say that again.
Anita is behind Marie's death. I saw it in her eyes.
He seems really convinced of it. But why? Like, I don't buy this. I saw it in her eyes. Like, he's got to have some reason, right? Let's see. So that was for Marie's enemies, I think, right?
Anita is behind Marie's death. I saw it in her eyes.
Previously, he told us that Marie did not have any enemies. Imagine 14 hours of preparation to continue the 100-hour video game. Indeed. Let's ask him some other questions real quick.
The place isn't bad, but I wouldn't want to live there.
I think we're getting a little of that chunky sound. It's not as bad, but I bumped the speed down a little bit.
She's a great diver. She's explored all the depths around the island.
Can you memorize him saying it and ask him? Which thing? I already forgot what we're talking about. Yeah, the dissolves are a little faster. That was the main reason I cranked up the speed. 'Cause they were so slow before. Like playing normally, it's usually not that bad, but when you're trying to go through things quickly, it adds up. Okay, so I wanted to get more info out of Roy next, so let's try that. So we want to get his diamond earring, right? That's the only thing I know of that he likes. Oh, he's here now. Okay. So we first need to go to the pier and grab this key. And then we can go to Juice's house. Let's see. I think some people were interested in the wig. No? Okay. I was thinking that might have been a thing that Chris was interested in, for example, because potential evidence, but nobody. Okay, so hopefully Roy's still at Maggie's. He's gone. Noon. Oh, he might just be inside because it's like lunchtime. If he's not, he should be at North Beach soon. Actually, it's maybe too early for lunchtime. Yeah, let's go to North Beach. And wait a little bit. What? 110. North Beach, Juste, and then the well. What's doing at the well, I wonder. I'm going to try waiting. There he is. Okay.
Yes.
So... Okay, so we didn't get the shots, but I think if we ask him about the right time period, it'll unlock that. So what have you noticed? That was around 10:30, I think.
Before I had the time to realize what was going on, Chris threw me to the ground, then there were shots.
Okay. This might just end up giving me the same info we already got out of him, I suppose. Oh, that didn't give it to me. Crap. Heck.
I'm taking a walk.
All right, I don't buy that. Let's try the diamond. And if it doesn't get me anything, I'll try asking something else, and maybe that'll give us something.
I'm fishing.
Ah, okay. He's looking for the medallion. Shit, I wish I had something else to give him. I feel like that's a good bet. Like Roy is definitely... He has some awareness about different things going on. He seems mostly focused on... Like, he breaks into Marie's bookcase and takes the chess book. One thing I was thinking about off stream at some point was maybe I should stop and think more about everyone's motivations and what I know about them and what it suggests about the actions that they take. But the other tricky thing is maybe I need more information to really get anywhere useful with that. No one will ever wear wigs. Can you give Roy the medallion? So I didn't try giving it to him because we need it. I skipped any items that seemed like something you would have to have. I don't know for sure how the game ends, and I don't want to know, just to clarify. But my assumption is that in order to end the game, we have to do the whole pirate puzzle series of puzzles, and then we get that quiz that we got last week. And I assume once we get enough correct answers in the quiz, that in some way leads us to the ending, to the good ending. Like that seems like a fair assumption, I think, at this point. So that means that we need the medallion. We need like the stone that gets us through the passage in the well. The cord or rope that we use to get down in the well. So like those items, I didn't even bother trying to give them to anyone. But that doesn't mean we can't try it experimentally, just to see what happens. We can also try showing it to him first to see how he responds to it. I can't remember if I've ever tried that before, because that's a category that I haven't kept track of. But it does seem like he goes to the well next, I think. So like I think he's trying to figure out this pirate mystery. I don't fully understand why that is. Let's see. He goes to the well at 2:30. Yeah, so we should be able to meet him there. Okay. Yeah, I'll do a wait. Okay, great. I was a little worried that might be waiting too long and we'd miss him.
Always under my feet.
Sure am, Roy. You're kind of suspicious, so.
I'm taking a walk.
Okay, lying again. So let's see what happens if we give him this medallion.
Thanks, you don't have anything else while we're at it.
So no. I'm sure he's actually very happy to get that, but he's not willing to open up. I forgot to show it to him first, too. Whoops. Have you found any way to get the strongbox from the pond? Absolutely not. My assumption is that we can't get it out, but there's got to be some way to learn more about it. And I don't know what that would be. Probably my best guess at this point, there are a couple people that are kind of like, I think, mocking Anton for like talking like he's just making shit up. Let's look at that. Because Anton is super interested in it and wants to know how it got there. Oh, right. That was some dialogue that happens. Okay, so around 6 a.m., Bruce and Roy tell Anton that he's dreaming or drunk about the strongbox. I should have that highlighted. So, to me, that suggests at least one of them is lying there. Could be wrong, but... Like, you know, the strongbox being in the pond is weird, but I don't see why you would assume somebody's just making shit up. Like, it's not weird enough that you would just assume someone is making things up without, you know, going to check. Well, I guess it's possible they do go to check. It's only there for a couple hours. But, yeah. Oh, right. And Roy goes to the pond after that. So yeah, what we know about the strongbox, like I think that's the shipment that the lady in black is trying to I guess drop off. but it's kind of unclear exactly what's going on. Welcome back, Trona. Okay, what are we going to do now? We got some stuff we could try to get Chris to talk to us about, or using rather. What's a thing we could ask Chris about? I don't have anything highlighted for him. Oh, we should ask him about the shots. Let's see, where is he right now? Like, I believe he tells us the truth, but it seems worth checking to see if maybe he's got more information. So it's 3:10. Chris should be at the pier, maybe at Juste's. We'll stop at Juste's first. There he is.
What for?
We'll ask him what he's doing first.
I'm working.
Don't really buy that, but I don't know that I'm going to press him on it. What have you noticed from 10 to 11?
There were shots fired.
Got anything else to say about that?
I don't see what you are getting at.
Okay, I guess not. Let's try... Oh, we still don't have the shots fired topic. What the heck? Bummer.
Everything was as usual. The gunman didn't leave a trace.
Interesting. Is that the truth?
I don't see what you are getting at. I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang. I don't know who that is.
Okay, that's definitely a lie. 100%. I wonder if that's a thing we might be able to get more info out of him. All right, I think it's already getting kind of late in the day. Let me think about other items we could try, but it might be worth resetting at this point. Sue, we could get more information out of with her ring. We could get the crumpled paper. Let's do that. And then we can try asking Chris some more stuff. Okay, is there anything else we can grab easily? Bracelet we already used. Crumpled paper. Roy's sheet of paper. Okay. Oh, right. We have another letter from the lady in black also. Oh, and Juste's key. I forgot. I'm pretty sure that's the key we have. Okay. So let's... Okay, good. So we can open up this compartment and get this piece of paper. And then we can go in Bob's room and get that third letter. And we'll have so many things to bribe Chris with, and we'll probably get nothing out of him. But at least we tried. Okay, now where's Chris? Why can't everyone just stay in one place? It's 4:15 now. So he's probably at the garden. If not, I'll be back at the pier soon. We'll stop at the pier first. Garden. Okay. Let's observe. Whoops. No. Are you from the police? Asks Roy. And what about you? Asks Chris. I'm pretty sure Roy's not a cop. But... So... this is something I've thought about, but not in relation to this particular dialogue. That maybe Roy is not a criminal, but is just trying to figure out what's going on, like we are. And, maybe that's why he's, often doing things that seem suspicious. Like, the biggest evidence against Roy is the diamond that's in Juste's house after it's been broken into. Like, in, around the time when we think Juste gets murdered. And then also Roy lies about having left his cabin during that time. So like that as a whole makes it really look like he's the one that murdered Juste. But maybe he didn't. Maybe he just realizes that, if he's honest about having left his cabin at that time period, it makes him look very suspicious. Maybe dropping the earring was just an accident. Maybe he wasn't the one that broke into Juste. Maybe he just came in after, maybe even tried to stop the murder or something. We don't really have any evidence to suggest that's the case, but it does seem like a possibility. But this line of dialogue kind of makes it seem like that's maybe what Chris is thinking also. But who knows? Maybe he's also just, deflecting the question. Like, I'm not a cop, you're a cop. Like, both of those seem entirely possible based on this tiny snippet of text we get here. Let's talk to Chris. Chris is the one we got appropriate bribe materials for. So
always under my feet.
Yeah. Let's ask what he's up to.
I'm taking a walk.
Okay. Let's try that one first. The key, I think, is Juste, and he'll like having that.
I don't see what you are getting at.
So that's a no. Oh, we got drug traffic now.
I haven't seen any dope since I've been here. You have to admit that dealers are generally pretty low profile.
That might be new. That doesn't sound super familiar, but it could be just that, we heard it once and it wasn't that interesting. So it didn't really stick in my mind. Drug traffic. Okay, yeah, that's what he always says. If you're a cop, you have to tell me that's the cop rules. Oh yeah, and how do you know so much about the cop rules? Are you a cop? Exactly, 6-7. Okay. It'd be great if we had more of this menu. I think it might be worth taking the time to, like, I've got a list of actions that we can go through to unlock a lot of this stuff. It might be worth taking the time to do that and give myself a save to work off of. Where we have the ability to ask questions about more things. I do think like all the rest of the dialogue tree is just as valid for trying to dig up additional info, but this does have a lot of interesting topics, and there's probably some additional info we can find through here. I'm just going to ask him about
You can't escape destiny.
That's a weird thing to say.
I don't see what you are getting at. I don't know who that is.
Okay, we know you're lying there. These items get mixed up once you give somebody one of them, so...
I don't see what you are getting at.
I'm worried that's happening here. And that's very frustrating.
According to what I know, she didn't leave anyone lukewarm, so she must have made enemies.
Man. And now he's gone. Okay, so yeah, we didn't actually use the paper at any point. When I was doing homework, I made sure anytime I gave someone an item, I would exit out back to, the scene like this, like completely exit the conversation and then go back in before I gave them something else, just to be sure I was always giving them what I thought I was giving them. Because once you give them one thing, like that menu gets goofed up and like the item you gave them will still be there. And I think like the associations, like there's some sort of programming error where like, the index is off by 1 at that point or something. It's terrible. Howdy, I got a wedgie. Welcome. So I think now it's probably worth doing a reset. Maybe we got that paper so we could find Chris again and try one more thing with him. I don't know what's going to work.
Always under my feet.
I feel like he's too stubborn.
I'm working.
I mean, I guess that's kind of true. He's always working. He's just not doing the work that he claims to be doing. Let's ask him about some people.
I didn't have time to get to know her. I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Let's ask what he thinks about Roy.
To tell the truth, he's the commander on board and it's not always fun.
Sure. So to give some context there, Chris was hired as a fisherman on this fishing boat back here. Bruce is the captain of that boat, and Roy is like the second mate. And Roy does not like Chris. Roy knows that Chris, like, from the start, he knew that Chris was kind of suspicious. Like, he's just not, he doesn't know any fisherman stuff. I don't know if he maybe suspected that Chris was a cop from the start or what. If Roy is hiding something himself, it makes sense that he would be wary of any new person that's trying to get into a job where he would be around him a lot.
I was sleeping.
I'm trying to think of other time periods where Chris might have seen something interesting.
Juste didn't die from drowning. They cut his throat before dumping him in the water.
That might be something we haven't heard before. Let's see. Well, no, we probably have heard that. I just don't remember that specific line as well. Chris, I think, is the one that confirms that Juste's throat is slit. I believe it's Chris and Anton that get him out of the water. I don't remember the specific information that... I mean, I guess it makes sense that his throat was slit before he was dumped in the water. I mean, it's not necessarily a given, but it's certainly the most likely sequence of events.
I'm listening.
Let's see if he says anything else.
Thanks, that makes me happy.
Okay, maybe I goofed that up by going in the menu and backing out. Hinton says, I watched a streamer play this game once, and it took them from November through May the next year to solve it. That's wild, Hinton. I can't believe that. Can't believe anyone would spend that much time on this. All right, we're pretty much out of items now. Newspaper, bullet, binoculars we could give to Anton. Oh, we still have the bra. We could give that to Maguy or, well, Juste is not available anymore. Is there anything good we could get out of Anton, I wonder? Anton, to me, seems like a pretty innocent guy, but it has occurred to me that I'm possibly too trusting of people in this game that are presented as trustworthy. What was the other thing I just said? The binoculars. Those are in... Are those in Bob's room or Bruce's? I think Bruce's. So let's grab those two things and we'll go talk with Anton a little bit. See if that gets us anything. Let's see, is there anything else we can grab? That's it, according to my own notes. Even at the end of the May, they were like, might not solve this today. That's wild, Hinton. I can't believe that. Let's see. We got to find Anton now. Where did he wander off to? Oh. Wait. Oh, it's 6. It's 6. Okay. I was confused by the clock for some reason. Anton is relaxing. Does that mean he's in his room? And then he's outside Maggie's at 7. Let's go see if he's in his room. No. Where's he relaxing at? I assume my notes say relaxing because he told us he was relaxing at some point. So I just wrote down that information. He was with Anita at 5. So he might be over around Maggie's somewhere. There's Bruce. Goodbye, Bruce. He's not here. There's Maguy. Where the hell is Anton? Huh. My notes say he's at the pier until 6:30. What? He was not there, right? We're just going to wait until he shows up at the saloon, I think. I'm tempted to go try to find him, but I feel like we'll just probably miss him. Seven. I'm looking at the right day, right? Right day, right guy. He might be outside right now. There he is. Okay.
I'm listening.
Think robot spaceships. It's seek out this streamer and compare notes. That's a good idea. They're clearly a lot more determined than I am, so they might have some good information to share. What you doing? Start with that.
I was with Anita.
Okay, we know that's true. Why were you with Anita? Let's ask, what have you noticed? 6 to 7.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Everything was as usual.
Mm-hmm. What do we have? What do you think of Anita?
She's nice to me.
Okay, fair. What do you think of Marie?
Bob's crazy about her.
Fact.
I know that a lady in black contacted Bob. That's all I can tell you.
Oh, if we ask Anton about the right time period, we might be able to learn about the strong box, and then we could, well, he's interested in the strong box, but I think he's being truthful that he doesn't know anything about it. So maybe that's not actually useful. But that would have been 5 to 6 a.m., I think.
I noticed the strong box in the pond.
Let's see what he says the couple hours after that. Around 7 a.m. is when it disappears.
I noticed the strong box in the pond.
I guess I just picked the same one again. So that was 5 to 6. 6 to 7.
I was sleeping.
Okay. I wonder what he says.
I was with Anita.
Misclicked.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Sure.
It's a well-deserved rest.
Okay. Let's see, the strong box.
Who put it in the pond and why? That's what I'd like to know.
Me too.
It's Bruce, he hates blacks. Go find out why.
Let's...
To take it out on a poor guy who minded his own business is more than I can understand.
Okay, so we got... He wasn't lying, but we were able to get more information out of him. I don't know that that helps me at all, but it is good to know that that is something we can do sometimes.
that one. No one's stingier than he is.
Do we have anything else? I think we have one other item we can give Anton. Oh, I know he's gone. I think he's just inside, though. Okay, so the other body has been found now.
Always under my feet.
Hey, Verdant Tree. Good to see you. How you doing? Okay. What else can we ask Anton about?
Nobody touches dope here.
That's gotta be false, right? Like, we found drugs. Maybe Anton's just so innocent he doesn't think anyone does. Let's see what he says if we give him something he likes.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Nothing. I'm going to ask him another question just to see if we get that little bonus we sometimes get. Wonderful. I'm about to embark on day 2 of Chip Heist. Nice. Glad to hear that. Oh, we can ask about the body now.
Maupiti used to be a quiet little island. How have we got to such a point?
It's a good question, buddy. All right. I'm going to see if we can... Now, we already gave Bruce a bunch of cigarettes. Oh, we do have... He maybe likes Marie's lighter. So we could give that a shot. Let's see. I think that was in the drawer here. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and there he is. Convenient.
Yes, sailor.
Jay Frisbee, yes. This chart is... I spent 14 hours compiling this list of what everyone likes. So the yellow highlighted marks are an item that someone was happy to receive. So today we're taking all that information and doing our best to make use of it to learn new information. We've had some limited success, but I wouldn't say we've actually learned anything new yet. Okay. At least we're making some amount of progress here, finding new things. It's encouraging, I think. Okay. Bruce. What's your deal, Bruce?
All I can tell you is that it wasn't me who killed him.
We'll try it.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Pretty much what I figured would happen. My take on Bruce is that he sucks, but he's not the murderer. I don't have a lot of evidence for that. I guess mainly, like, it seems like there's more evidence against Roy. What's Bruce think of Roy?
The best mate I ever had.
Does that make sense?
Nothing special.
Is there any plan to eventually digitize, wikify any of this new information? Has that already been done? That has already been done. Dronon is compiling an English guide to the game, which is definitely something that does not exist yet. Most of the good information about this game is in French, which is its original language. So that'll be a great thing to exist, but the 14 hours I spent on this, like, I was pretty sure, even while I was doing it, that someone had already done it and done a better job of it. I felt determined to, I've spent so much time on this game. I feel compelled to work out as much of it as I can on my own, even though that means spending even more time. Maybe that's silly, but I've enjoyed the process. I do mean mate in the Australian sense. I was about to answer what he really means, but then I saw that was Dronon saying that, so I assume you already know. To clarify for anyone, Roy is Bruce's first mate on the fishing boat. The hyperfixation is real. Yeah, that's true. Dronon has a translation of a French chart that is basically all this information, except it's better than mine. I made a fatal error, which was assuming that for items like a lighter, which you find in a bunch of different places, I just decided for my own sanity, I would assume that characters treat those items in the same way. Surprised I was wrong. Oops. But at least I got, all these check marks are, useful bribing options, basically. So, still good info. Just didn't get as much as I could have if I had been even more thorough about the process. Dronon says the French guide has tons of questions and answers. With my guide, well, when Robot Spacer finishes, I'm eager to get his opinions on how I present the game information, even rewriting whole chunks. Yeah, I'm super, super curious to read that once I have wrapped things up here. Like, my feeling right now is like, if I were writing a guide, I would have like an initial part of the guide that just like explains game mechanics like this for people. Maybe I'd do it in just like different sections for, so people can go to whatever information they are the most interested in. But like, I think that explaining the game mechanics better is honestly something that anyone playing this game today is probably going to appreciate. And like, even though I enjoyed the challenge of like trying to work that out as much as I could, like some of it is just so hard to work out on your own. And I don't think that's the most interesting part of the game, basically. The moment my guide has lists of what questions give informative answers, some game related, some just give character depth, but I'm not supplying the actual answers. I think that's a good approach. Mine's divided into intro mechanics, hints, and spoilers. Some spoilers are hints regardless. That seems like a good way to like very broadly break things up. Verntree says, honestly, someone should DM one short eye and just nudge him toward the general direction of this game. 32-bit Kid says, you'll end up making an IF game that's the instruction manual for playing this game. That'd be pretty funny. What can you ask Bruce about?
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
I feel like I'm ready to just reset here and do a new playthrough. So I think the next thing that makes sense to do is we start over again. I quickly, like, I've got a to-do list here, so I can do this relatively quickly. go through and unlock a bunch of topics and stuff like that. And once we have topics unlocked, it'll be easier to ask people. We'll have more of the conversation options available to us. So then we can have a save before we actually use up any of the items. So that'll give me an opportunity to try more things. But before I do that, I need a quick bathroom break. So I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Tronon says the other... Oh, I missed the message for that. Although when I share the guide with Robot Spacer, I may make a special edit and put in all the answers just for him. Oh, thank you. You don't have to do that, though. The other problem is at this late stage, I've forgotten what Robot Spacer knows, so I may have to get him to read his notes back to me so I know what's been covered. So here's a thing I just thought of. When I finally finish this, my plan has been to play the Amiga version. Maybe that would be more interesting if I read your guide first. That way, I'll have an opportunity when we play the Amiga version to look at stuff that I've missed. Because I'm sure I'll miss things. So I think that might make for a more interesting playthrough of the Amiga version. I got another ginger beer to try tonight. Never had this one either. Cock and Bull, since 1946, the extra ginger soft drink and Moscow Mule mixer. I believe the package for this was claiming to be like the original Moscow Mule ginger beer. I don't even know what that means. I guess that means whoever invented the Moscow Mule used this stuff. Citation needed, but I have no evidence to argue with. But anyways, we'll see how this is. Several of the NPC portraits looked really different. Yeah. I have noticed this. The art in general is quite a bit different, so it'll be fun to check it all out. That's good. I like it. I dropped the bottle cap, but it's on the other side of the room now. Okay, so let's reset here. We'll maybe just wait until we get the end of the game. It won't take long. I think that's it. Yeah. 117 deaths. Okay. So let's see. I'm just thinking about how much of this to-do list I want to go through here. I guess I'll just keep going, and then at some point maybe we'll decide, okay, this is a good spot to save and start asking some questions. So from here, we want to go into Bruce's cabin at 10:15. Okay, Bruce is already out here, so we can go in there immediately. We want the binoculars, the bamboo log, maybe? I might leave the log here. I'm not sure that's been a useful item to take. We'll read it. We'll read it just in case we get any extra credit for that. But we're not going to take it. The binoculars we need. And then I think we'll go ahead and take the bra as well, since that's a useful item. Or should I? I don't want to get bogged down in too many items, and we can quickly grab that at any time. So I think it makes sense to skip it. I will take the handkerchief just because that's in my notes here. Okay. And then we go to Maggie's. Oh, Unsecret Crush has done the research here. So apparently the Moscow Mule was invented when the president of the Cock and Bull Ginger Beer Company was drinking with the president of the Smirnoff Company's vodka division. And they were like, what if we put our stuff together, man? That's great. I love that. I mean, like, to be fair, they made a pretty good drink. So it's kind of funny that was the process, but they did good work, IMO. My notes say to look at the amulet. I guess we'll leave it there for now. You got your ginger beer and my vodka. You got your vodka and my ginger beer. I have a theory about the discovery of alcohol. This was in the 40s. Okay. So we opened Lucy's door, looked at the amulet, and then we're going to go in Anita's room. I think we'll leave. I've previously been taking her key, but we now know that it's not necessary, so I'm going to strike that out in my notes. We do want to read the newspaper, because that gets us a topic. Is this a spoiler from your guide? That's a great question. Okay. And that's it in here. And then Marie's room, there's a bunch of stuff we can do. This guide, it's worth noting, was kind of specifically trying to get maximum percentage here. So there's a bunch of stuff in here we don't necessarily have to do for our current goal, but I will probably do a lot of it anyway. mostly because a lot of it's fairly quick to do, and then I don't have to stop and think about whether every little thing is actually worth doing. So let's see. We could go ahead and do we actually? I guess really you probably don't need to open this. It might not even get you any percentage points, because generally I think I noticed that specifically when I did it the first time. But like the percentage points are for noticing clues, not for like, it's not like a typical adventure game point system where you frequently get points for accomplishing a goal, right? It's specifically for noticing clues. Like I guess the idea is to help like give you some idea when you're noticing important things, although it's kind of intentionally designed to be difficult to figure out what things are giving you those points. So that's a little weird, but reading this gives us a topic, so that's good. And I'm not sure this gets us anything, but we'll go ahead and read it as well. I think those things can be given to Bob, but again, we're not gonna grab stuff like that right now. Okay, I'm just gonna look at the brooch right now. And we'll raise the board. I don't think I ever found anyone that wanted the money clip. Like, I don't think even Bob liked it. Let's see. We'll go ahead and notice the bracelet, even though we're not going to take it right now. Oh, I should go ahead and grab the stone for sure, because we can go use that at any time. T for 2. Let's see, I don't think we need anything in here right now, but I'll take a quick look. Okay. Okay, tank, board, search both, look at the brooch, search pillows, look at the teacup, search another dresser, search the tank, take the stone. Okay. Bob's room is our next stop. Dronin says, I think at some point, thousands of years ago, some grain stored in a pot got wet, and no one noticed until they opened the pot several months later. Then some dude dared another dude to eat or drink it. That sounds believable. Unsecret Crush says, seems that this has been the official story for decades, but an alternate story is that the ginger beer company's restaurant's bartender had to get creative with a surplus of vodka and ginger beer. Interesting. That honestly sounds a little bit more believable. Like, I could see that being the real story, and then the guy in charge of the ginger beer company was like, I want credit for this. Culinary says, monkeys had a tendency to hide fruits in tree hollows, and as they forgot about them, the fruits would ferment from wild yeast and produce alcohol, which they would then discover and get drunk off their asses. Really? That's fascinating. Don't know if monkeys invented booze, but there are recorded instances of them doing this. That's very, very interesting. Ostensibly, some human found some and got super drunk as well. Sounds perfectly believable. Dronin says, also happens with some kinds of trees where the fruit falls and sits around for a while. Birds and deer and things can get drunk from that. Interesting. How many channel points to play the Amiga version of Maupiti Island while drunk? An interesting proposition. I don't know. I don't know that I would be comfortable streaming while drunk. um, yeah, it would be entertaining, I'm sure. I have no doubt about that. Okay. What's next? Bob's room at the pier. Let's see. So that's over here. I'm not going to bother to check times. I think we're probably good. Yeah. So we've got 3 letters to read. Oh, right. Another thought I had was about the order of these letters. I think when I found the one that's sticking out here, I just assumed that came last because I found it last, and it could conceivably fit in that order if you're assuming that after the second note, Bob changes his mind because he wants to make sure Marie is safe. But let's read them in what I think is possibly the correct order. So we'll, let's see, I guess we got to take this one to read it. So I suspect this one is actually meant to be first. Dear Captain, the hurricane is giving me a lot of trouble. A friend was supposed to make an urgent shipment for me, but with this weather, I don't know if he'll make it to the meeting. Have your boat ready to cast off. I'll get in touch with you in the evening. Thank you, the lady in black. So my thought is that this sounds like, clearly they've had dealings in the past. And like, this is just a very formal, like, kind of setting things up kind of letter. I haven't actually read them in order since I had this thought, so. Captain, yeah, this seems like it's a follow-up. The shipment will take place tomorrow, Monday. The loading will be during the night. The place of the loading will be indicated to you the next time. If you agree, hoist the yellow flag. Faithfully, the lady in black. And then we have, I'm disappointed. I counted on your boat. You put me in an embarrassing situation. I have to take serious measures. Accept my offer, or I will no longer be responsible for Marie's life. So it is still possible that Bob changes his mind after getting this letter, but I do think that other letter is the first one in the order here. It just makes more sense. Okay. Read letters, take bonus letter, Brisbane's log. The log, again, I think we'll just read. I think I'm not going to bother to go all the way through these books. Hopefully that won't make a difference, but our goal isn't percentage here, so. What? Thank you. Okay, Chris's room is next. So that's in the other boat. Do I have the bullet? Okay, yeah. Somewhere in here I mentioned the bullet. So Chris's room is this one.
You wanted to see me.
Unsecret Crush says, what about slightly tipsy? Maybe. That's more, I actually wasn't wanting to see you, Bob. I guess I'll talk to you anyway. What do you think about Bob and Marie?
I don't have anything to say about that.
Okay. So let's see. Noon should be safe to go in there. Let's go grab the bullet real quick. And we'll look at the explosives while we're here. Explosives. And just since we're wasting time, we'll do a quick search of this, even though I don't think it's important. Okay, now it's noon and Chris has left his room. Great. So we're just going to look at all our important items here. Still have no idea what any of this means. Always under my feet. Take a drink. Oh no. That sounds dangerous. Let's see. I think this middle box doesn't have anything. Yeah. Oh, right. There's a pill bottle stuck in here, and it says a clue. So we might get points for looking at that. I don't know. And then we'll do a quick save here. Okay, next thing is the bar. And we can take the piano. Yes, just put the piano in our pocket. And take the rope. And since no one's here, we'll just real quick open this up. I don't think anything is in there yet. Okay. And then we can go in Maggie's room and take some stuff from there. Let's see. Oh, our inventory is pretty full. Huh. Did I skip a step in my notes somehow? Well, we'll go ahead and go to the well, because that'll let me unload a couple items here. So we can put the cord on the tree and put the stone in here. And while I'm here, I'll go ahead and search this. I didn't find anyone that was interested in doubloons, which kind of surprised me. I figured there'd at least be one guy that would be excited about that. Okay, now we can go back to Maggie's room. Is there a problem with the Amiga version? I don't think so. I think Dronon was just suggesting that it would be funny to watch me play it while drunk. Oops, I went in the wrong place. The Amiga version looks pretty cool. So that was the original version. And the Amiga was a pretty capable system, so it's got a lot of animation that's not in this version. Like, I've tried to not look at it too much, so I've only seen a couple scenes, but like I kind of get the impression that maybe every room has a little bit of animation going on. The sound system in the Amiga was pretty advanced, so like the music sounds really great, and there's a lot of like ambient sound effects, like you get some like appropriate seaside noises when you're over at the pier and stuff like that. Okay, so take the key from the lamp. We have two keys to get here. Don't want the money. Oh yeah, I learned another thing that's not super useful, but is useful. Let's see. So say, for example, you want to open a drawer and then search it. I already knew that you could, like, if I choose open and then click a thing, I can right click and it gives me the open verb active again. So I can open a few things at once. What I didn't know is you can then go to search. And when you have a verb active, if you right click, it will use that verb on the same item you last interacted with. So I can right click and it'll search this last drawer that I opened. Which is kind of hilarious that it took me this long to realize that. It's not nearly as useful as the other right click options, but it is pretty nice if you want it. Like if there's just like one thing that you want to quickly open and search and then close again, like you can take care of that all with less mousing around. Drona says, interestingly, we found one location here in the PC version where they partially mirror flipped the room's graphics, but didn't bother changing original mouse hotspots. Yeah, down in the well. It's very interesting that they goofed that up. So we just want to look at things here to make sure we get credit for it. Let's see, we want to read this text. And we want to read this text here. And I think that's everything important. So at 4, we can go to the pond and then go down the well. Well, I don't know that going down the well right now is necessarily useful, so we might skip that. And then at 7, we can get some stuff from Marie's room. After that's been broken into, let's go to the garden now. We can do that at any time. So, just updating my notes here. Let's see, since I'm in here, I might as well take this paper. And this might also be a good time to go stash some stuff. Oh yeah, my hands are already full. Okay, never mind. We'll close that. And we'll go back to drop some things off in my cabin here. It's only slightly terrifying. Just a little bit. Okay. So we can open up. Let's see. We haven't used the binoculars yet. This other stuff, well, we'll keep the keys. Oops, not take. Put. We'll drop off the letter, the handkerchief, and the bullet. Those are good bribing items that we'll want later, but don't need right now. And I think also we'll update our save here. Okay. So now our inventory is half full. So it's almost 3. It's probably a good idea to get back to the pond, because our time window is pretty short there. Okay, it's exactly 3 now. So we have an hour to blow. I was worried it might take us longer to get here. Let's go to south. That's on the other side of the island practically. That might be too long. We'll just wait. We'll wait. I think that's fine. We could have used our time better, but that's okay. Okay. So now we have seen the full Spanish riddle. I guess we'll go ahead and pop in the well real quick. Why not? But there's not much to do here. Okay. So we took care of the pond, the well. Marie's room at 7. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. So we have a lot of time until 7. What's another thing? Oh, the South Beach. Looking in the tree there. Let's see. The garden. Like, at this point in the game, I have a good idea of where things are located physically on the island, which you would think would make it easier to navigate. Like, if I go to Maguy's, that's right near South Beach, so I should be able to get to South Beach from there, right? No. I don't know why, but that's not how it works. It's just like each location has a number of other locations you can go from there, and like it doesn't really seem like there's any logic applied to it, at least not enough logic. Like, I know we can get from Garden to South Beach. Here, maybe? No. Garden, we can go from here, and then that'll get us to South Beach. It's so weird. And like, you want to try to optimize that stuff because it takes a realistic amount of time to go from one place to another. Okay, let's search this tree hole and notice the money that Bruce probably put there. Maple Mystery, hello! Thank you so much for coming by. I hope you had a great stream. We are doing our best to make progress in Maupiti Island here. Still playing Earthrise? How's that going? Hello for Magpie, welcome. So welcome y'all. I'm Robot Spacer. We're playing Maupiti Island. This is my 26th stream. I've played this now for like 120 hours. The last 2 streams, I thought it would finally be the time I finished it, but we still haven't gotten there. We kind of got to what I think is like the ending, but you can't progress further without having figured out what all is going on here on this island, and I have not done so yet. I thought I had a decent idea what was happening, but I think I was very, very wrong. So I'm doing my best today to... I spent 14 hours on these 2 spreadsheets just gathering data so that I could today spend time making use of this information to basically bribe people and get more information out of them. Currently, I'm just kind of doing some additional setup steps so we can ask people as many questions as we can. So that's what we're up to here. I think pretty soon we'll start getting into asking people questions. In fact, maybe we'll do that right now. Let me think here. There's still more stuff we can do, but this might be a good spot to start. I can make a save and we can start asking people some questions. We've done a little bit of this already, but had kind of limited success in getting interesting information out of people. So I thought with a little bit more setup, we'd have more topics to ask. Hello, Mousimus, great to see you. Mr. Gel, a journeyman, old school Jay. This game cheats? I think this game does cheat, honestly. It's great. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I have so many notes on this game. I feel like we should all take a moment to appreciate them. I bought this quad ruled notebook specifically for this game because I knew I needed to make some charts like this. So this is all hours of the day along the side, and then mostly people's names along the top. We also have a column here for some general notes and a particular area where some interesting things happen. So I have a few pages of that. Then we start getting into stuff like this, which is a particular, very complex sort of decryption puzzle in the game. This is notes on a particular single section of like the dialogue tree in the game that seemed worth keeping track of more so than others. We have some more puzzle stuff. There's a lot of puzzle stuff. This is all part of that decryption puzzle. It was super complex. More of the same thing. That's Zork. That's a different game. And then this is a different puzzle, more or less. Some of it kind of overlaps in weird ways, but there's this one pirate treasure puzzle that's got a lot of complex steps. So I have a bunch of notes on that. And then this is my 14 hours of homework. And that doesn't even include all my notes in this book, of which there are quite a few. Silver says, I was literally looking at Lost Odyssey today going, I could stream this, then realized it was 70 hours average time to beat and went, that's far too long. And Robot Spacer is out here at 120 hours with Maupiti Island. I mean, to be fair, I don't think anyone should spend 120 hours streaming a single game, probably. Have I attempted the quiz again? No, my plan has been to do my best to learn a little bit more, and then towards the end of stream today, we'll try the quiz again and see if we get any better. Also, Dronon has learned some interesting things. So Dronon is someone who has played this game and is also writing an English guide for it, which is sorely needed. And they did some research and found that I maybe got, perhaps definitely even, got a misleading response after taking the quiz last time. So they've offered to tell me how I actually did on the quiz, and I might take them up on that after I do it one more time. But we'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling at the end of the stream today. I am very curious, but I'm worried that this knowledge will be a little bit too revealing. Like the first time I did the quiz, I kind of went with the assumption that I had a okay idea what was going on. So I definitely had to take some guesses, but it was, using the knowledge I had gained through my many hours of playing this. So it felt like educated guesses. And then the game told me I had 0 to 25% of those answers correct. So I took it again and kind of took the same knowledge and thought about things a little bit more and made some, different guesses and ended up getting very different questions, which kind of suggested that maybe the second time through I was doing better answering, and because of that it was giving me questions that would only give you if you answered things a certain way. But then it told me I got the same 0 to 25% correct. So I really don't know which one of those was more correct. If either. So I'm hoping we can find out some of that through this questioning process here. But let's get into that. So this list I made off stream is we have all the items in the game along the side and then all the character names along the top. So this is a list of the things in the game that characters particularly like. And you can basically use this to get more information. The trick is it only works in very limited circumstances. Like you need to find the correct topics. Like I've had some success today, like trying to guess what is a topic that someone seems like they're withholding information about. Either, maybe they're lying or, maybe they're just not telling me the full truth of it. So that's kind of the general approach we want to take here. But let's see. I did save, right? Yeah. Okay. So now I'm going to go grab some items. Let's see. Let's talk to Bruce real quick and see what topics I've unlocked here. That'll help me narrow down who we want to get
yes,
items.
Sailor.
Your opinion. Okay. So we have like half the list here. A lot of the topics can't really be unlocked until the next day, or at least some of them can't be. So this is a pretty good list to choose from. The mechanical piano is interesting, but I feel like maybe there's not a lot more we can get there. Relationship between Bob and Marie is kind of interesting, but this is tricky. Gosh, there's so much to think about in this game. Like I had the thought off stream that I should maybe like take some time to think about everyone's motivations. This honestly might be a good time to do that. Okay. So Bob, we're going to go through the whole list. I'm going to look through everyone's timeline here and the things they do throughout the day, and then kind of think about what they're up to during these 2 days of the game time. So Bob, we know, has some dealings with the Lady in Black. Like they seem pretty well acquainted with each other already. We don't know who the Lady in Black is. She wants Bob's help. Bob apparently does not agree. And then the Lady in Black threatens that she can no longer guarantee Marie's safety. And Marie is the woman that has gone missing, that we are trying to locate or just find out what has happened to. Oh, I got a lot of chat to catch up on here. Let me do that real quick. Edenwaith, hello. Good to see you. I've put in over 230 hours into Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, and I could have done plenty more, but I was getting exhausted and just wanted to finish the main story. But that was definitely an exception to gameplay. 8 to 10 hours is a nice length for a game. Yeah, I put in like 140 hours in Breath of the Wild, I think. And I'm definitely getting up there with Tears of the Kingdom as well. I reckon I streamed Hollow Knight for over 100 hours over the last 6 months. Oh, wow. John says I can give you quartile, 0 to 25, 25 to 50, or a percentage, or X out of Y measurement. I will let you know. Okay. So Bob has dealings with the Lady in Black, is basically in love with Marie. Marie does not seem interested in him at all. But he really wants to find out what's happened to Marie and thinks the Lady in Black is involved. He also thinks that Anita is the Lady in Black. And he's pretty convinced of it. Like it doesn't seem like it's just a hunch to him. Like he's 100% convinced. I don't know that I think he's right. I kind of suspect that he's wrong, but I don't really have any evidence either way. I don't think. So Bob is also the captain of the boat that we come here on. So for anyone that's unfamiliar, the setup to the story is we're on our way to visit a friend in Japan. There's a hurricane that we need to take safety from, and Maupiti Island is outside of the path of the hurricane. So that's how we end up here. And then when we arrive, Maggie asks us to find out what happened to Marie. So at the beginning of the game, Bob's just in his cabin. He spends some time over at Maggie's saloon. He spends some time in Marie's room looking for clues. At 6 p.m. on that day, he visits Anita and they have a conversation. Someone, I think this says Chris, tells us they had a fight and that things were broken, but I don't think that is correct. I don't know if that's a lie or just a misunderstanding. Because in the room next to them, someone is breaking into Marie's bookcase. So I think that's like a misunderstanding of, God, what if it's Chris? What if it is Chris that broke into the bookcase? I thought it was Chris initially, but then I was convinced that Roy was doing all the nefarious stuff, and I think we followed him at one point and confirmed he went into Marie's room. Interesting. Anyway, so back to Bob. He goes looking for Juste at one point, goes back to his cabin. Bob doesn't get up to anything that seems super suspicious. He tries going to Anita's room at midnight and says he has stood up, which is interesting. I'm not sure what they were supposed to be meeting about. But Anita isn't there because she gets a note asking to meet her at the well at midnight. At 1 a.m., Bob is at Maggie's and he says he's waiting for me. I don't understand why he says that. At 2 a.m., he hears someone on the pier, which we believe is Juste's murderer dumping his body off the pier. Then he goes to sleep. Wakes up around 6, hangs out on the pier for a while. That's around when Juste's body is found. So he's just kind of hanging around there for a while. Later goes over to Maggie's. I have a note that I lost sight of him while following him at 9 a.m. That doesn't necessarily mean he was doing something suspicious. He's at the pond at noon, which is interesting. Around 2 to 3, he's at Juste's and is worried. And then he just he goes to the garden. He's at the pier. Like, there's not a whole lot of interesting stuff there. Like, my take on Bob is that I don't see a lot suspicious about him. I think he's in love with Marie. He's trying to figure out what's happening with her, but not really doing a very good job of it. Scene check? We're talking about my notes. Was the cocaine wrapped in one of the cipher sheets? If so, whoever is dealing drugs is connected to the lady in black, I think. So there was some opium balls wrapped up in a cipher sheet that no one has ever decoded. It's unclear if that's because no one has figured it out, which is certainly possible with this game, or because it's like a messed up note, like maybe it can't be decrypted. because that is possible. Like you can create incorrectly encrypted notes yourself in this game. But yeah, I do think there's a good chance that whoever is dealing drugs is connected to the Lady in Black. Like for all we know, like the Lady in Black is trying to drop off a shipment. And at one point in the game, a strongbox appears in the pond. I assume that is that shipment. Is it a shipment of drugs? I don't know, but it seems possible given what we know so far. Is Chris a drug dealer? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure Chris is a cop. Cops do that. That's true. He could be both. That's fair. I don't know that we've seen any particular evidence that anyone in this game is a drug dealer. We do have Bruce and Roy seem like they maybe know what's going on with the strongbox because they kind of make fun of Anton for being curious about it. They tell him he's dreaming or drunk. So I feel like they're possibly hiding something. So they could be involved. No, we don't know what's in the strong box, other than guessing. The money in the tree, someone is leaving payment for drugs. Relatively convinced Bruce is the one that leaves money in the tree. He's in the area around the time it appears, very early in the game. And he spends a lot of time here, which is where we are right now. This is Bruce. That's Bruce. And definitely Bruce is suspicious. He's got items that belong to various women. One of them, Marie. Anton accuses him of killing Juste because he's racist. I don't see any evidence to back that up, but it's certainly possible. He is nervous all the time, which, like, frankly, it's pretty reasonable given all the stuff going on for anyone to be nervous, especially once people start dying. But like, he seems way more nervous than anyone else. You know, like other people are crying, for example. But Bruce doesn't seem upset so much, just nervous. Trees are known for getting high. Okay, so let's move on to Anton. Anton, I think, is, again, I worry like I'm trusting fictional characters too much because they seem so ordinary. But Anton seems like the least suspicious guy in the whole game, I feel like. Anton is the first mate on the boat that we come in on. So it's Bob is the captain, Anton first mate, and then we're a passenger. He just kind of hangs around the pier a lot. A lot of times we see him just working on the boat, sometimes down in the engine room. He just kind of is around the first day until he goes to sleep around 11. He wakes up at around 2:30 and goes into Sue's room, and they have sex for like an hour. And then he goes back to the pier and hangs. Okay, no, he says he's on watch at 3. And then he hangs out outside Maggie's at 4. Oh, he does go to the pond. Why does he go to the pond at 5 a.m.? That is interesting. And he's, I think, the first one that spots the strong box at 5 a.m. That's like one scenario where someone's like, I was just going for a walk. Like, I don't know if he says that when we see him there, but like, it seems like a thing he might say. And I would kind of believe him. But then he goes back to the pier, hangs out there for a long time, goes over to Maggie's. Around noon the second day, he goes to the well and the pond again. Like, my take on him is that he sees that strong box and he just starts to get curious, I think. Then he's back eating and goes to the garden at one point. And he's back to the pier working. At one point he's with Anita. And he just kind of spends a lot of time around Maggie's and on the boat, or at least around the pier. Doesn't seem to get up to anything particularly interesting or suspicious. Good for them, yeah. And then we have Bruce. Again, Bruce, so he's here on South Beach very early in the game, which is around when the money appears in the tree. He shows up on South Beach before the money appears in the tree. The first mention of him seeming nervous is around 1 p.m. on the first day. Both Sue and Roy say that he seems nervous. So, like, to me, that fits with the suspicion that he's the one leaving the money in the tree. We don't know why that is, but like, it's some kind of deal that he's nervous about. I think I feel pretty confident in that. At one point, soon after, he's in Maggie's room. But I don't know what they're talking about. I think we might have spied on that at one point, but didn't really hear anything interesting. He goes back there later the same day. Huh. That's interesting. And then... Excuse me. He's outside Maggie's at midnight. He goes to sleep from like 1 to 3. And then he's hanging out on the pier. And then at 4:30 in the morning, he's back on South Beach again, where the money is in the tree. And then shortly after that, he's back at the pier along with Roy, telling Anton that he's dreaming about the strongbox. So that, to me, starts to make it seem like the strongbox is maybe connected to the money. And maybe, like, my best guess at what's going on here is that's like payment for whatever is in the strongbox, perhaps. We do at one point, I can't remember where this comes up, but I'm pretty sure the lady in black says that, I think specifically a man is the one she's supposed to meet up with and give this shipment to, but she's concerned that might not happen because of the hurricane. Like, she can't make the meetup time or whatever. Then we have around 8 a.m. the second day, we have Roy being nervous again. Sorry, not Roy. Bruce. Oh, right. And then at 1 p.m., he gets drunk as a skunk at the bar. So to me, it's like he continues to be nervous and is like... Just doing what he can to make himself feel better. Oh, and then he's on South Beach again and he's sweating. Sweating profusely. And then he's at the well at 5 p.m. talking to himself, nervous and jumpy. There's so many things to highlight about Bruce here. Just the absolutely most nervous guy. And then at 7 p.m., surprise, he's on South Beach again. And that's when he finds the second body. And the body is like decomposing. So like that person has been dead for some time. Like their face is not recognizable. And there's various signs that Bruce vomits because he's so grossed out by it. And he goes back to Maggie's, and then 9 p.m. he's back at South Beach again. So yeah, in the money he puts in the tree, at least from what I can tell, never disappears. So yeah. I don't know how to piece that all together in a way that explains all of it. But like it seems pretty clear that he puts money in the tree, and then he's constantly nervously waiting for someone to pick that up. But no one ever does. All right. So there's got to be more information we can get out of Bruce, is the big thing. He should probably be a focus. One of several. Then we have Roy. Roy has been for a while my number one suspect. I am starting to wonder if I could be wrong, but every time I think that, I rethink the reasons that I got to that conclusion, and I'm like, it doesn't make sense that that's wrong. He always, whenever something particularly bad happens, he's at least nearby, if not confirmed to be at that place at that time. We find one of his earrings in Juste's house shortly after Juste is murdered. Like, it sure looks like Roy breaks into Juste's house, murders him, and dumps him off the pier. Also, Roy lies about, he says he was in his cabin that whole time, but that's definitely not the case. Like, we can confirm that he leaves at 2:30 in the morning or so. So let's, there's a lot of interesting stuff about Roy. So let's go over all that. So at the beginning, he's acting fairly normal, just hanging around the pier. Spent some time over at Maggie's, and then on North Beach, and then at the pond with the monkey statue. And then he's on North Beach talking to Sue. I have two mentions in my notes of him being with Sue specifically. But then at 7 p.m., I believe we followed him and saw him go into Marie's room at one point. And he breaks into Marie's bookcase and takes a book that is a chess book. And that's related to that whole decryption puzzle. So he knows something about that and wants to figure out how to decrypt notes that are coming from the piano. the question is, what is his motive for that? Let's see. The notes we find, the one that he decrypts says, "We wait the boat." And he managed to figure that out on his own. There's other notes that don't seem as relevant. There's one that says, "Tribes need guns, the wind." Is that actually the only other one? Maybe it is. Returned from Chip Heist Day 2. How fares the Maupiti? Right now, I'm just kind of going over all the characters and trying to like think about what they're up to during the course of the day. I'm trying to like narrow down who we want to like focus on with questions. Right now, we're talking about Roy, who's our number one suspect. So we know he breaks into the bookcase because we find the chess book in his room. We find the note with his translation on the bottom in his room. So like that's 100% confirmed. And then the one thing that's kind of my biggest evidence that Roy is a murderer is kind of evidence we only get via time traveling. So we can't really, like, our character can't really know this at any point in the game. Well, unless perhaps while he is dying. But if you, the player, take Roy's spare earring out of his cabin, he's got a diamond in a drawer in his cabin. And if you go and take that out of his cabin early in the game, then he won't have a spare earring when he loses the one he's wearing. And if you do that, you will 100% without fail get murdered at some point. Obviously, the game doesn't make it clear who is murdering you, but Roy is the only one that really makes sense. So to me, that seems like it's really hard to... Ultimately, that could be kind of just the game fucking with you in a misleading way. But I would be very disappointed if there wasn't like a logical connection between me taking this action and then getting murdered. That said, I'm trying not to rely on that evidence too much. But we know he breaks into the bookcase. We know he's at Juste's house around the time of the murder. We know he lies about being there around the time of the murder. Let's see, what else does he get up to next? So he gets that chess book, and then he goes to the bar and gets drunk. And while he's there, he finds the ashtray and figures out that it goes in the piano. We know he's there. We can see that someone has done that because there's a cigarette on the ground right below the spot it goes in the piano. And that's how he gets the note out of the piano. And then he's later in possession of that note. So, like, we know he's the one that does that. And, you know, it also fits with his interest in the chess book because the chess book is part of that decryption method. So, like, all that seems like pretty hard to argue with facts, unless, like, some other character, like, hid that stuff in his room. Like, that's the only way to possibly, like, refute any of that, and that just seems silly to consider. Let's see. So then again, we have around 5 a.m. on the second day, Bruce and Roy tell Anton that he's dreaming or drunk about seeing the strongbox. So again, like, to me, that feels like Bruce and Roy are being weirdly dismissive of a thing that, is entirely possible. It's possible, maybe, for example, Bruce is the main one that wants to pretend like that doesn't actually exist, and Roy's just kind of going along with it or something. But I kind of suspect they're both in on it to some degree. And then around 7 a.m., the strongbox disappears. And this is a scenario where if we're there to try to witness this thing happening, we get knocked out by someone. I strongly suspect it is Roy who knocks us out anytime we get knocked out like that. Also, if we follow Roy, he makes his way towards the pond, and then we always lose sight of him. So then later at 10 a.m., Roy and Chris are at South Beach. They are occasionally hanging out together. My main take on that is Chris knows that Roy is up to something and is trying to learn more about it. But they're together on South Beach, and someone fires a shot at them. Chris throws Roy to the ground. Chris sees like a glint of something up in the trees and throws Roy to the ground. And Chris tells us that Roy is the one being shot at, and Roy tells us that Chris is the one being shot at. But we've pressed Roy on that, and it seems like he's lying. And who was it that said he looked like he had seen a ghost? Anita said that Roy was terrified as if he had seen a ghost. So that makes it seem like one thing's for certain, the annual Maupiti Bake Off is canceled this year. So anyway, to just have a real nice time, your whole time on Maupiti, and just leave feeling refreshed? That's a great question. Certainly not at this particular time period. I feel like other times of the year it might not be so bad. So Roy gets shot at. And he gets shot at by someone that he's very surprised to see. Probably by someone that he thinks is dead, or at least shouldn't be here at this time. And this is taking a little bit more of a leap, but I think by someone that he murdered or thought he murdered. It seems pretty definitive that Juste is dead. The game doesn't give any reason to suggest that's not Juste's body that comes out of the water at the pier. So my best guess as to who he sees is Marie. I think there's the body that shows up second at 7 p.m. is identified by the game as the body at South Beach. Bruce identifies it as Marie, but the game also tells us that the body has decomposed so much that their face is not recognizable. So I think that Bruce is either making an assumption or maybe just lying. But I kind of wonder if Roy either killed Marie himself or thought Marie had been murdered. Do the decomposition of the body, it seems clear that murder took place first. So my thought is that someone got killed around when Marie went missing. And I think, like, my best guess, and this is again taking a leap, but I think that it was not Marie, but someone thought it was Marie. And I can't help but think the wig is related to that. I cannot figure out the wig, but I feel like the wig has to be connected to that. That's the only thing that makes sense. What I can't figure out is why Juste would be trying to burn the wig. But Juste tries to burn the wig around 7 p.m. on the first day. And he's kind of freaked out. I'm trying to find if I have notes about what he says. I don't think I do. But he says specifically that he's scared. Like, if you show him the wig, he says he's scared. I don't understand, like, everyone talks about Juste like he's a really nice guy, he wouldn't hurt anyone. We also don't really have any reason to think that is not true. But I don't understand why he's trying to burn this wig. But I feel like the wig has to be connected with whoever gets killed and whose body winds up on South Beach. But back to Roy. So, let's see. I think I left off. He was at South Beach, gets shot at. Later, he's at North Beach, and Juste's in the well, and then Juste's again. I don't know what to make of all that, other than, like, it seems like he has some idea of, like, the whole pirate stuff in the well. Like, being at North Beach kind of suggests he might be trying to get that medallion. And then later he's at the garden and the pier. And he doesn't do much interesting after that. Will you wear wigs? Somebody in this game wore a wig. I'm sure of it. Okay. Up next is Chris. I'm going to try to go through these a little quicker because we need to get to the investigating. Like, this is important to work out this stuff. Chris, I'm 100% positive Chris is a cop posing as a fisherman so he can investigate more. He's often snooping around. He just has a very cop-like vibe. Roy even accuses him of being a cop. He's interested in, he's happy to get anything, any items we come across that are, kind of evidence of the crimes going on here. we never really see anything to suggest that he is doing any crimes himself that I can think of. Wait, what? Oh. Huh. I do not remember writing this at all, but apparently around 8 a.m., an hour after Juice's body is found, he's burying it out in the vicinity of Juice's house. Also, like the fact that he noticed a glint in the trees when shots were fired, like there's various signs that he's like he's been in similar situations where he's got to look out for himself, and like just has knowledge about things, like he gets Juice's body out of the water along with Anton, and he notices that his throat has been slit and stuff like that. Just very observant and aware of what's going on around him. And then Maguy. Maguy is basically the owner of the brothel. She is the one that reports Marie missing. Her eyes are red from crying at the beginning of the game. She is a little bit suspicious, but like not definitively. She gives us information willingly at a lot of times. So that kind of makes me trust her, but I've also contemplated that maybe she is doing this to, gain our trust. For example, she tells us that she made tea for Marie the night before she went missing, even though there's some suggestion that maybe Marie was drugged when she was kidnapped. If she was kidnapped. She spends a lot of time in her room or around the building. Generally doesn't get up to anything that seems super suspicious. Sue. I would say my overall take on Sue is that she is pretty trustworthy. She doesn't get up to a whole lot. Yeah, I don't really have anything in my notes about her that we didn't already cover. Anita. So Anita is accused by Bob of being the lady in black. I don't think that's true, but I'm not entirely ruling it out as a possibility. She doesn't get up to much that's all that suspicious. At one point, she gets a note from someone who claims to be trying to help her, wants to meet her at the well at midnight. She goes there. She hangs around for an hour. That person never shows. Then she passes by Juste on her way back home, sees that Juste is like in a big hurry. And that's kind of it. I have a note that she's inconsolable about Juste. She definitely seems very upset by his death. And then Juste is our last person. Juice spends a lot of time just doing, like, he's the handyman. So he just spends a lot of time doing handyman stuff. He spends a lot of time fishing. Sometimes he's at the garden, tending to that. But then occasionally some weird things happen. Like, it's 7 p.m. on the first day. He burns that wig in his stove. I do not understand that. I also have a note that Juste moved to another table when Chris sat next to him. So he doesn't trust Chris, which is interesting. I still don't know what to make of that. And then at 11:30 in the morning, he gets murdered. I guess, like, if I had to guess, maybe he burns the wig to try to help someone who is, you know, up to something. But, like, I don't think he's up to much himself. You know, he gets murdered, so he's obviously not the murderer. Like, I kind of suspect he's not involved with, like, the drug stuff or anything, but I do, it seems believable that, you know, maybe someone asked him to burn the wig or something, and he just did it because he was scared or something like that. Or maybe he just, you know, trusted that person for whatever reason. Okay, so that's all that. Yes, it doesn't. The game doesn't mention it very much, but the building, the main building, is a brothel, and Anita and Sue are sex workers. It's unclear if Marie was also. Same with Lucy, but I think it's a reasonable assumption to make. So, I need another bathroom break, and then we'll actually do stuff in the game, I promise. I'll be back in just a minute or two. Okay. All right. So let's think again about our topics, and like it seems so tricky to think logically about.
She sang all the time.
Oops.
She always had a song on her lips. That girl radiated joy.
Oh, a redeem. Mac break. Hinton, I'm sorry. It's supposed to be disabled. I always forget to check my rewards before I start streaming. I'm so sorry, Hinton. How do I open the Twitch dashboard? I will refund your points. So sorry. We don't have time for breaks tonight, unfortunately. You don't need to check your rewards. That's why you have me. Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, so I don't think we have any bribe items right now, right? We have binoculars. Anton likes those. Okay. So Bruce is definitely a guy I would like to get more information out of. Roy as well. Bob, I think, like, I have serious doubts that Bob has any good information. We might be able to get stuff out of him, but I don't know that I would necessarily think it was accurate. I do wonder if Maggie might have things she's not admitting to us. Let's actually start with Maggie. Because, like, for example, she talks about making tea for Marie the night before she disappears. And I kind of wonder if we might be able to get more information about that, for example. So Maggie likes having her bra back. She likes the bracelet and the brooch and the cross, which is right here. So we can go ahead and take that cross. And we'll go to the pier and get her bra from Bruce's cabin. And then the other two we can get in Marie's room. Oh, shit! What time was that? Victory. The cord slowly closed around your neck. You strangled for several long minutes before you stopped breathing, like a rabbit caught in a snare. I think that was maybe when Roy is breaking into the bookcase. Yeah, that must have been it. Okay, let's try that again. And I'll pay attention better this time. Nod it off. No worries. Like, the time is about right. And I had, we sat around on South Beach discussing things. So it makes sense that it would have been around 7. Okay, so we can't go in there until after 7. And I think it was like slightly before, probably. So we'll go over there and then we'll just wait an hour. It should be safe now, I hope. Okay. So bracelet under here. In I'm just going to drop the binoculars. Okay, and then I'm going to do a save. So what I'm going to try to do here is slot 1 will be our good save. Slot 2 will be after I've gathered some items. So, you know, after I've used the items, we might want to come back to slot 2 and try using the items in a different way. Okay, so now we want to find Maggie and ask her some questions. So it's 7:15. So she should be probably in her room. No. Okay. I have a note around 8 that says out ? What the hell does that mean? What the hell did I mean when I wrote that? Okay, here she is. So at 7:25, she's in the bar. Wonder how many hours this whole playthrough will end up being. It's a great question. Someone search through the VODs for what out means. Okay, so what are we trying to get out of Maggie? I think the thing we want to start with is that tea situation. Let's ask her what she's doing first.
I'm working.
Reasonable. Marie's habits, I think, is the one.
She has the odd habit of drinking a cup of tea before bed. I prepared it for her myself.
Okay, let's see if we can get some more information about this.
I don't see what you are getting at.
That's a no. Also, it just occurred to me that I should be making notes on when someone doesn't have more information about a topic. So I'll use a little X in the corner to indicate that. Hopefully I will remember what that means. Oh, shoot. I put that under Anita. Dang it. Okay. So, what else do we have?
I miss her. She was like a daughter to me.
Okay.
Anita was jealous of Marie, but you couldn't say they were enemies.
Okay. So she also thinks that they didn't get along. I feel like they don't get along for some reason, and like Bob is like misinterpreting that situation to an extreme. But I could be wrong. Let's see. Can we ask her what she noticed? Is there anything interesting to get out of her with that? Let's ask her about the night before.
Last night while I was fixing Marie's tea, I had to go out for a few minutes. When I came back, the cup had been moved. I didn't think it important at the time.
Okay. I'm pretty sure we've gotten that before, and I think that's the thing I was remembering that suggested that something had been done with the tea. Let's try and see if we can get... shit. I'm going to have to back out anytime I give an item, because if I don't do that, it's impossible to know if we're giving the correct item.
Always under my feet.
Okay, so let's ask that again.
The bamboo dropped anchor. The hold is damaged.
I clicked the wrong one there. That was at night.
Last night while I was fixing Marie's tea, I had to go out for a few minutes. When I came back, the cup had been moved. I didn't think it important at the time.
Unsecret Crush says, Anita's the only one who ever says nobody liked Marie, right? Yeah, you might be right. Anton says Anita was jealous of her when we ask about Marie's enemies. So yeah, like it's pretty definitive that the two did not get along. So we're going to give cross.
I don't see what you are getting at.
So no additional information on that. I can't think of any time periods where Marie might have seen something. Oh, she hears a noise. Oh, that hasn't happened yet. So we can't ask about that.
Taking care of an island like Maupiti requires lots of work during the busy season. I don't have enough girls to go around.
That's the T answer. I'm just going to go through all these.
There's a cave under my bedroom. Unfortunately, I've lost the key to the trapdoor.
That could be true, but I strongly suspect she's lying. Shit, I forgot I need to back out again. Like the key is hidden in her lamp. So this is a case where like she's giving us information.
Always under my feet.
But it sure seems like she's hiding something as well. So let's ask that again, and then we'll follow it up.
There's a cave under my bedroom. Unfortunately, I've lost the key to the trapdoor. I don't see what you are getting at.
Okay.
Always under my feet.
Drug traffic.
The Maupitis used to grow puppies, but that's an old story.
Piano.
That's Marie's piano. An Egyptian boat brought it here 2 years ago. I don't see what you are getting at.
I think we're out of items now. Yeah. So I think, oh, I already put the, okay, that's handy. So I'm going to go back to my last save here. That's unusual. Pianos usually migrate later in the year. So we're going to go back to save 2 because I want to ask her some more questions. Kitchen. Perfect.
You need me for something, love.
Bob Marie.
Bob would go to hell for her. He would spend eternity on a ghost ship if it were with her.
So that's a scenario where, like, I think she's being truthful, but I wonder if maybe she could tell us more.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Silver, I don't think you're going to miss... you certainly won't miss the ending of the game tonight.
Always under my feet.
It takes... Oh. Ginger got me there. It takes so much time and, like... every week it's like a week has passed and I have to like refresh my memory on all this stuff. Even like I think about this game all the time, but I try not to think about it too deeply because I don't want to like have any exciting revelations off stream. So it's always kind of floating around in my head, but then like stream time comes around and I gotta like refresh my memory on all the shit we've learned so far. And it takes so long to get into this. And then just like every part of this game is like such a time consuming process of like going through different options. Like for over 120 hours at this point, I keep telling myself like I should, think about things logically, like I'm a real detective trying to put together this information. But like, even if I do that, in order to discover certain things in the game, ultimately I just gotta kind of try stuff until we get there.
I know that a lady in black contacted Bob, that's all I can tell you.
I think I forgot to back out again, but we'll try.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Yeah, the frame does look like bamboo. They even refer to it as like move your pointer over the bamboo in the manual.
Always under my feet. You can't believe everything you hear. I don't see what you are getting at.
Really? Does Maggie not have anything for us?
Always under my feet. That room's empty. It was Lucy's room, but she left a while ago. I don't see what you are getting at.
Do I have one? No, I don't. Dang it. I wanted to ask her directly about Lucy as well. Let's see. I think I've already gathered up all the items she likes. Oh, Juste's key. Okay, that's the trapdoor key. Oh, Juste is still alive at this point in the game. Okay, so we don't have his key yet. Okay. Heck. Maggie will take Juste Bible. That's the one error I noticed on your sheet. Really? Really? Is there more than one Bible in the game? No. Okay, so I put it right after pamphlet, so I definitely used the one I got from Juste's room. So I wonder why I got that wrong. Let's try that again, though. Let's see. We'll go ahead and drop a key. Let's see. I think we can get in Juste's house right now. Maybe, maybe not. Okay, good. So I think that's in one of these cabinets here. Maybe. Pamphlet, Bible. Oh, there's a second Bible. Okay. Oops. Yeah, she was here.
You need me for something, love.
Okay. Actually, I'm just gonna give it to her just because
I'm listening.
I want to confirm that, and we've got plenty of other items to give her right now. So. Okay.
Thanks,
Yeah.
that makes me happy.
I just screwed that up somehow. That's interesting. I will say, like, I occasionally worried that I was like making an X in the wrong spot, and like, I would never notice that. So, maybe I gave it to Anita, and she didn't like it, so I put down an X, but I did it in the wrong spot, and then just never noticed it. Good night, Silver. Thanks for hanging out. Sleep well. Thank you, Trona. Okay, so let's... Oh, and we also know that... Bruce likes Marie's lighter. Where's lighter? Oh, here. Okay. Okay. Oh, we have to ask about the locked room first.
That room's empty. It was Lucy's room, but she left a while ago.
And then we can ask about Lucy.
A funny kid, I don't know much about her.
So that I kind of suspect might not be true.
I don't see what you are getting at. Always under my feet.
Sure am. Okay, so then the last thing I want to try is Lucy's departure.
She went exactly where she felt like. I don't see what you are getting at.
Who tells us that Roy helped Lucy get away? Okay, so Anton and Bruce both talk about that. So let's try to get some information about that out of Bruce. I do feel like it could be that Lucy is just kind of comes up as a person that used to live here and isn't super interesting, but like I feel like she has to be connected to what's going on here somehow, or she wouldn't be like a topic. Like the fact that we don't even hear about her until we do some investigating really suggests that she's important in some way. So if we can learn a bit more about her, I think it would potentially be very useful. Okay. So now we've got 3 things we can give to Bruce. Where is Bruce? It's probably Lucy's body on the beach. Like, I do think that is a decent bet. I am like, I will be very surprised if that's Marie's body. I don't think it is. And Lucy makes the most sense to me. It could just be some other person we've never heard about, but like that seems unlikely. Let's see. Where's Bruce? It's 8:45, 20 to 9. So he should be at the pier. No. He maybe will be at the pier in a minute of real time. Yeah, we'll just wait. He's not. Shit. What? Huh. Maggie's room. Maybe he was here briefly and we just missed him. He's at Maggie's room at 11. So we'll just hop around different places, I guess, until we find him. He's got to be somewhere. Maybe we should try Maggie's building somewhere. Could be inside. Not there. There's Roy. Let's hide here. Hide under the bed. Okay, it's a good hiding place. I can't remember what they talk about here, and why don't we witness it again? There we are. Maggie and Bruce. Nothing to signal. Dang it. Okay. What are they doing? Like, it annoys me when they do this and like they give you zero information about what's going on. There's two people in this room. Like, even if they're just standing motionless, doing nothing at all, like, tell me that. Like, I should be able to get some clue about what they're doing. Nothing remarkable. Okay, Bruce is gone now. I guess we'll sneak out. Oh, okay. We can't sneak out without
under
getting
my
noticed.
seat.
Yep. Bye. Okay, where does Bruce go after that? Outside. Okay, here he is, finally.
Yes, sailor.
Okay, so we're going to try to find out something about Lucy.
I'm going to confess something to you. I've never been with the girl.
Thanks, dude.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Seemed worth a shot.
You again.
It's me again. Okay, so we have some topics. Let's try Lucy's departure.
Roy told me that she got off at Port Louis on Mauritius. I didn't notice a thing. She was traveling as a stowaway.
So here's a thought that I just had. We don't know how long ago Lucy left. Like, the way some people put it, I take their wording as, like, I feel like the phrase "a while ago" is used, which to me suggested, this is maybe something that happened months ago or at least, weeks ago. But I think there's some other dialogue in the game that suggests it is more recent, like maybe in the past couple weeks. But what if it happened like very recently? I mean, it could have even been like a couple weeks ago, I suppose. Like, that's believable. But what if Roy didn't help Lucy escape? What if he acted like he was doing that, but then he murdered her? I don't know what the reason for that would be, but it seems possible. So I can't remember what I just clicked that dialogue. Let's click on that again, and then
Roy told me that she got off at Port Louis on Mauritius. I didn't notice a thing. She was traveling as a stowaway.
And then we'll give him an item.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Okay. So he doesn't necessarily know about that.
I'm going to confess something to you. I've never been with a girl. I don't have anything to say about that.
Okay. So if anyone can give us more information about this, it's gotta be Roy. Or Anton might have something useful. I'm so bummed out that like all the interesting topics have failed to get us any new information here. I always miss what causes him to confess about never being with a girl. Does he just offer that unprompted? I think the last time I did it just there, I asked him about himself. The first time it happened, I asked him about Lucy. The last time there, I just kind of spaced out a little bit. So, Roy, the newspaper and his diamond. So let's go back to the pier. We'll grab our newspaper. And we'll sleep until the murder happens. What a weird way to answer a question like, what do you think about person? Well, I'm a virgin. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird for sure. And then this is also the guy that has Marie's handkerchief and Maggie's bra in his room. Let's see, so we want to sleep until... This should be safe to go outside. Okay, and we can grab the key now and get into Juice's house. What do you expect me to do with this info? Yeah. Also, that seems like it invites some follow-up questions, such as, "What do you mean bringing that up now?" Yeah, it is weird. All very weird. Oh, my hands are full. I will drop the cross since we're done interrogating Maggie. She's the only one interested in that. Okay, so now we got a couple things we can give Roy. And we just got to wait for a good time to do that, which will be on the pier. I did all that sleeping and I'm not bad, really? Well, we'll go sleep some more then. And who takes suntans at 4:30 a.m.? Exactly. Okay. Juice's body has been found. Most importantly, I did not consent to knowing about this knowing this about you. I can read things correctly. Okay, Roy's not here. Where's Roy? I thought he would be at the pier. Right. It's 7 a.m., so I think he's going to retrieve the strong box. And then he'll be back at his cabin at 9. If we go to the strong box, we will get knocked out or murdered. So we're just going to wait. Anton. Bruce. Okay, he should be in his cabin now. So we'll go bother him there.
You wanted to see me?
I did. So for him, we just have the newspaper and no, I did get the diamond. Okay. Before that, I want to save here. Let's put this one in slot 3. Because this is going to take a few attempts, I think.
Always under my feet.
So we're trying to figure out what really happened to Lucy.
I don't feel like talking.
Oh, he was on the pier while I was checking my notes? Figures. Oh, he's annoyed. Okay. We'll wait. There's probably a better time we can do this. I'm not in a hurry. Okay. All right. Okay, there we go.
Always under my feet.
Yeah.
She was a super girl and elegant besides.
Okay. The newspaper.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Verdant Tree says, by the way, Space, I just wanted to say the early versions of your Transfer Point trailer was super impressive. I was wondering what keyboard you have with your Mac. I've been wanting a Model M forever, and I've basically given up on ever getting my hands on one for a reasonable price. So that keyboard is the keyboard from my family's original Macintosh, which is a 512K model. It's actually got when I put together this keyboard for a stream, I really wanted a similar kind of setup where that computer comes with, a very compact main keyboard and then a separate number pad. And it actually has a similar thing to this where you plug the number pad into the main keyboard and then the main keyboard connects to the computer. But yeah, that's the keyboard I've been using with my Mac Plus because that did not come with the keyboard. The keyboard that comes with a Mac Plus is like the same style, but it's got the numpad built in, so it's a single unit. Okay. So shit, I got distracted. I gave him an item and he didn't give me anything useful. Okay, so we're going to back out and talk to him again.
Always under my feet.
Okay, so let's ask him about Lucy's departure this time.
She was scared. She told me they tried to ice her. She hid in my cabin. She got off on Mauritius.
Okay. Not lighter. Diamond.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Really? Man.
I couldn't say.
Let's ask him what he's doing at times when we know he's up to no good. So let's start with the night before.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Maybe Anton would spill. Yeah, like it's possible. I figured I'd start with Roy because I kind of wonder if maybe Anton doesn't know much, but I could be wrong. But yeah, we'll definitely come back to that.
I didn't pay attention. I was thinking of something else.
I don't really buy that. Do I actually have any other items? I forgot what I did already. Okay, I don't. We need to reset.
I'm listening.
Okay. I wish there was an easier way to do all this. Maybe if I was simply a better detective. 120 deaths. Let's see, that was save 3. Let's see, do we have anything we could try on Anton right now? Okay, I have the bra. Anton's a bra guy.
I'm listening.
It just reminded me of frequently in my 14 hours spent compiling this spreadsheet, I would give someone an item and like, for example, I might give Bruce a bra and he wouldn't like it. So I'm like, okay, Bruce is not a bra guy. Just that phrase went through my head so many times. Okay. I'll start with this one.
A pretty blonde realist water broad.
Dronan says, can you read me your item list for Roy? The ones I have are the newspaper from my room and his diamond that he loses in Juste's house. That's it. I feel like I'm probably missing something there.
A pretty blonde realist water broad.
Sure.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Me neither, but it seemed worth a shot. Oh, that you find in his cabin. Okay. Oops. So you're wondering if I missed something in his cabin. Interesting. I did notice as I was doing my homework that I don't actually have everything written down here, but I'll tell you what I do have written down. Bamboo's log. Wait, Roy, not Bruce. $10. Fishing line, sextant, compass, watch, a cent, a diamond, a truncheon, which is notable because we're pretty sure Roy's the one that knocks you out. Hydrogen peroxide and razor. Let's see. So things I didn't write down: the encrypted, decrypted note, the chess book. What Anton just said is important. Yeah, like,
Always under my feet.
like I just, every time I've heard that, I just kind of brush it off as just like him being a dude, but like he is like,
You can't spend your life worrying. I don't worry.
That's not what I meant to click on. He is describing her.
A pretty blonde realist at water broad.
We had a discussion at one point. Hello, Darth Elwood. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. We had a discussion at one point about, I think it was maybe about Marie, but we know Lucy is blonde. Hello, Dice4. Hope you're doing well.
Thanks.
I always immediately forget what they say as soon as the text leaves the screen. Relatable. Like certain things stick in my mind, and then others it's like I'm making a judgment call on the way the information is presented, I think. And not realizing that there's still important, like, real information in there. Not very focused tonight. No worries. Certainly a relatable experience. Okay, so I want to make sure I write this down, that Lucy is blonde. Is it also important to know that she's stacked? Maybe.
Bob's crazy about her.
Is there a particularly large bra in the game? We've only found one bra, and it's not really described in much detail. It apparently belongs to Maguy. Unless she's lying about that, I suppose. Okay, so Lucy's departure.
Ask Roy, he helped her get away.
We did, and we didn't get a lot of information. So could you maybe give us a little more, please? Shoot, do I have anything else he wants? I don't think I do. Binoculars. I can go grab those from my room.
I'm listening.
Don't go anywhere, Anton. Please stay here. Let's see. I think I stashed that in the left. Money, letter, handkerchief, bullet. Okay, other side maybe? I'm so sure I put that in here. Right? Oh shit, I might have dropped it somewhere. Crap. I think I might have left it in Marie's room. Because I was like, oh, I don't need this right now. Like, we're going to reset at some point, but then I don't think we ever did. Yep, okay. At least I remembered. But Anton might be gone now. Okay, good. Good. The voices are certainly interesting.
Always under my feet.
Okay. So tell me that again, please. Lucy's departure.
Ask Roy, he helped her get away.
Give binoculars.
I don't see what you are
Yeah.
getting at.
Every time I think somebody can tell us something interesting. Where'd Roy go? I want to question Roy some more. Oh, I should mark down that he didn't have anything to say about that. And Roy also did not. Oh, shit. I'm putting marks in the wrong spot. But we asked Bruce as well. Bruce did not have any follow-ups either. Like, I feel like the tricky thing about this game, and honestly, you know, this may not necessarily be that unrealistic, is like, you can't always reason about who's going to have that little piece of information you need to put things together, right? Like, you kind of just got to be thorough. But I guess I feel like in real life, you would be able to get some kind of cues, at least in some cases, you know, if you're observant enough, when someone is, you know, withholding information or has a little bit more to tell you that they might not be giving up at first. And I feel like if this game, you know, suggested those kinds of things in some ways, it would be a little bit more approachable. You know, certainly sometimes in real life, you know, that's not going to be the case either. But I think you know, something like that would make it a better game. Roy is 10:30 on the second day. Yeah. Oh, right. They're on South Beach. Wait, we never heard the shot. That's unusual. Oh, there we go. It was just before 10:30. That's why. Okay. We can go to the garden and then South Beach from there. Thank you for the screen. Hinton says, I've never played real life. How are the graphics tightness-wise? They're pretty good. Okay. Roy.
Yes.
Dicevor says, the graphics are top-notch. The lore is super depressing, though. Okay. So... I feel like there were specific questions we were going to ask Roy. Oh, right. We started going through his timeline. So what have you noticed? And then I asked him about the night before.
I didn't pay attention. I was thinking of something else.
And that makes it seem like he's hiding something. I can't remember if I already tried giving an item on this one, but we'll give it a shot. Let's see. So Roy was just the newspaper and the diamond. Yeah.
I don't see what you are getting at.
So that's nothing.
Always under my feet.
I'm going to try to crank up our CPU a little here. We might get some chunky sound if I do this, but... Okay, so next I think I'm going to look through his timeline of where he is at various times and like think about like I guess we'll just kind of go chronologically. So like we know at 7 p.m. he's in Marie's room. So let's ask what he's doing then. That's probably 7 to 8.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
I'm just trying out some different CPU options as we go through these here. Like that response, I don't know. Let's try 6 to 7.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Okay, so my notes say it's 6:30 when it's broken into. So let's try giving him something. The diamond.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
It's interesting that he repeats that instead of saying, I don't know what you're getting at. I don't know what to make of that. But now we're already out of items. Into the well we go. I wanna real quick before we do anything else. Also, I'm aware it's late and I should be wrapping up soon. I want to get a little bit more in here. Let's go to Juice's house. Okay, good. I want to look at this photo. So we're told this photo is... Oh, my hands are full. We're told this photo is Juste and Lucy. Which key is this? Okay, I think that's Juice's key. Or wait. Yeah. And then this one is the trapdoor? No. It's either Lucy's or Anita's. Either way, we'll drop it off. I'm pretty sure the woman in this photo is blonde. I just want to double check. Shoot. I didn't mean to do that. Did that go? Okay. Okay, look. Okay. Seems blonde. Yeah, the music in this is great. It would be nice if we got more of it. The Amiga version, well, first of all, the music is very different, so I'm curious how it compares. But I assume it's just as good. But it also has like a lot of ambient sounds. So I'm excited to eventually check that out. Let's see. So what should we ask about next? I'm trying to find my death count. It's important that I keep track of how many times we've died. Okay, 121. Okay. So we're back at 9:30. Okay, great.
Yes.
What does this mean? Have you compared? Have I compared what? The music? I have not compared the music. I've really only listened to like the intro song in the Amiga version because I've been trying to wait to check out everything on stream for the first time. So I've only done just some brief testing to make sure various aspects are working. But Dizevor, I'm not sure what you're asking about specifically. If you mean the photo, I just wanted to verify that, like, we've been told by someone that the photo is Juste and Lucy. I just wanted to verify that now that we have a vague description of Lucy, I just want to make sure that, you know, there wasn't anything suggesting it's not actually Lucy in the photo. If that's what you meant. Okay, so the next time period we're wondering about with Roy is when he works out the piano stuff, which is, I think it's probably 11 to 12, but we'll start with 10 to 11.
Nothing special.
I guess the tricky thing is, like,
I was drunk. I don't remember anything.
So I think that's a lie.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Okay. So we now have the newspaper.
You again.
So the next thing is going to be... okay, so he lies about leaving his cab. He says he's sleeping the whole time, but we know he leaves his cabin. So let's see if we can get him to admit that. What have you noticed? 2 to 3 a.m.
I was sleeping.
Are you sure about that? How about this newspaper?
I don't see what you are getting at.
Okay. Hello, GoDappy. It is pretty good text-to-speech. I've once again had all my determination thoroughly crushed by this game. I was so optimistic before stream, and even at the beginning of stream. But it always kind of goes downhill somewhere in the middle of stream whenever I'm playing this game. We've occasionally had some exceptions, but it's frequently the experience that I feel like I'm doing good and on the right track, and it just kind of falls apart. Let's see, I think if we, yeah, there's right. Culinary says, I talk in this TTS voice IRL more than I should. That's amazing.
Yes.
Dronon says, what else did I want to ask? Dronon, I will say at this point, if you wanna give me the correct quiz categories like 0 to 25, 25 to 50, I think I would be very curious to hear that information at this point. Can you give me a quick reading of people's opinions of Anita? We talked about that a little bit earlier. You might have missed it. But let's see. So the main thing where that came up in my notes is asking about Marie's enemies. So Anton says that Anita is jealous of her. And Bob said something on the follow-up question that we got. I don't have my notes on that, but he basically said that he's sure that that Anita did something with Marie. I can't remember his exact wording. And then Anita, her response to Marie's enemies was that nobody liked her. So like, it seems clear that Anita dislikes Marie so much that she just thinks everyone feels the same way about her. So like they obviously don't get along, right? Does that necessarily mean Anita killed her? I don't know. Obviously Bob thinks that Anita is the lady in black, but I don't know that we have any evidence to support that. So I'm skeptical. And like, I think when I did the quiz, like my first time through the quiz, I felt like that was a pretty reasonable guess that Anita was the lady in black. I'm pretty sure that's how I answered the first time. But then when I got the results, I was like, well, maybe that was not right. The actual Anita question, not the circumstances where she also get mentioned. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. That's not something I have notes on. Um, well, I do have some notes on characters that I did early on. I wasn't as thorough, but I'll see what I have written down. Darth Elwood, thank you for the bits. Appreciate that very much. Entering in lurk mode, thanks a lot for playing this one. It's the first time I've heard about it. Yeah, it's a pretty neat game. I'm glad you're enjoying it, and I'm quite happy to be playing it. But thanks for stopping by. It's good to see you. Okay, I'm trying to find Anita in my notes here. Oh, right. Lucy is separate from everybody else. Okay, so Anita, my notes say she's communist. She says Sue is her best friend and, quote, tells her everything. Bob said, quote, tell her to be careful what she says. It's easy to say the wrong thing. I feel like I'm missing some words there. Maggie says that Bob is convinced Anita kidnapped Marie because she needs her boat. So that's another, like, clearly Bob is convinced that Anita is the lady in black. And then, again, Bob thinks she's the lady in black. So that's all the notes I have there. So I said early on that I would go back and do the quiz again. But I don't know if that's going to be useful at this point. But maybe that's a more satisfying way to end stream. So let me take one more bathroom break. We'll come back. I'll have to go through the little puzzles real quick, but I don't think that'll take too long. And we'll do the quiz again and see how it goes. But I'll be back in just a minute or two. Okay, so Dronon says, quiz from the last stream, you actually got 25 to 50% the first time, 50 to 75 the second. That is very interesting. So, whoops, I accidentally just clicked on Open GOG Galaxy. I don't want that right now. Okay, I'm trying to put this info in my notes here. It came out very big, but that's okay. It's lying in two ways, is what I discovered last Friday. One I'd already suspected, the other was new to me. Interesting. So the way I answered those, like I said, I'm pretty sure initially I said that Anita was the lady in black, because that was my best guess with what we knew so far. I can't really remember all the other questions that were asked, but you know, I just kind of did my best. And then the second time through, like, the biggest difference was that I thought about it more. And I think kind of the answers that were offered kind of pushed me to think about this more. Like, there's options to say that Marie kidnapped herself or that nobody kidnapped her. And I thought about that, and it seemed like it made a lot of sense. So that was the way I answered. The biggest thing is, like, Marie, like, she brought the piano over. She had it shipped from Chicago all the way to this island. So she's got the chess book that is connected with that. Like, she's clearly the one that's doing all this encryption stuff, right? So she's the one that has reason to be sending secret messages. And what else is there? I can't remember what other thoughts I brought up last time, but like, it seemed like a decent possibility. So I went with that answer, and that resulted in very different follow-up questions. So that made me feel like, okay, that was maybe the right answer. And now the game is giving me the real follow-up questions. So if my answers were 50 to 75 the second time, I feel like that thought is on the right track there. Anyways. So let's see. We just need to, oh, right, we can actually skip the whole jewel box this time. We can just go get the medallion on North Beach. Oh, gotta drop something. Who needs this diamond? I guess I'll go ahead and drop a bunch of stuff here, because we're going to run out of room later. That should be enough room. Well, we got to pick up 3 shells later, so. Okay. Okay. And then, let's see if I can remember this. So this was the zodiac numbers. So 154236. Oh, right. We got to drop it off. Does that go in here, or does it go back? I always forget this. Okay. So I can't remember. I think we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 6. Okay, I got it. Great. I was a little worried I was doing that wrong. To the well. Oh, there's the gunshot. All right, so that now we got to wait a while. We do still have time, right? Yeah, 4 p.m. is fine. It's our last opportunity. Okay, just for kicks, we'll do a save. And then we have this puzzle. So I feel like I'm getting pretty good at this one. Just need a minute to remember how it goes. So that gets us 3 measures of water in there. We dump out this one. We take the one we're holding and we put it in there. So that's 2 measures in there. And then we fill up the one we're holding. We turn this one over. Put the one we're holding in here again. Dump that out. Put the one we're holding in here. And then we can take that. So this is the shell with 5 skulls on it. And let's see, we'll put the other shell here. And then we want to put this water into that one. Okay, so they should have 2 measures of water each. Great. And then we take our medallion, put it in the mooring ring, and turn. Shit, what'd I do wrong? Do I have the shells backwards? Is putting the other shell up here actually necessary? I was very curious how this would go. Okay, let's try swapping them. So we take that one, put it here. Put the other one here. Okay, there we go. Open sesame. Stop. The game isn't over. It goes on. In fact, you have everything necessary to solve the mystery of Marie's kidnapping. You will be asked a certain number of questions about this investigation. Answer according to your most profound convictions. These questions will help you solve the mystery. Who is Anita? I don't actually remember how I answered this the second time through. And I wonder if maybe I didn't get asked it the second time through. A drug dealer, a criminal, a blackmailer, a revolutionary, or other. Oh, right. Dronan said you can leave the one button, leave off the one button at the start. I don't know why. That's with the medallion. You mentioned that before. I still don't know. She's a communist. That's about all I got. That's the only thing I'm sure of. I guess unless she's lying and going to a lot of effort to lie about that. I'm going to say other. Who was Anton with the night of the 31st? We know that's Sue. Like 100% sure on that. Other than his murderer, who was the last person to see Juste alive? We believe that was Anita. Because she saw him like right before he got murdered by his house. Who kidnapped Marie? So this one, I'm going to once again go on the assumption that Marie is in fact... Well, I suppose it's possible. A thing to consider here is even if Marie is the lady in black, that doesn't necessarily mean she wasn't kidnapped. However, like I feel like when I answered nobody on this question, that's when I got the interesting follow-up questions. So that makes me think that that was the correct thought. So we're going to do that again. Who signs their name the lady in black? I'm going to say Marie. What does she do? Treasure hunt, white slavery, drug traffic, arms traffic, politics, or other? We have evidence of drug trafficking. There's also clear evidence of white slavery happening. It's like it's in the newspapers and stuff. But I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that either Marie or the lady in black is involved in that. And given the fact that we have this shipment that's like it's a large box, right? Like, it makes sense to me that this is drugs. And we also find evidence of drug trafficking, if I didn't say that already. Remember the encrypted letters. Right. Who is the lady in black's accomplice? This I'm less sure of. I can't remember how I answered this. I feel like we got a similar question on my first time through the quiz, and I speculated about it being Juste. I think I might have answered that at least one of the two times. I do still wonder if that might be the case, mostly because of the wig and the fact that we have a connection between Marie and Juste. They both had the medallions, which is the item that unlocks this area here. Like, I'm really curious if this is leading us somewhere that's gonna have evidence about what the lady in black is actually up to. Especially with that strongbox showing up in the middle of the water has always seemed kind of odd to me. I'm just like, this is probably one that I'm the least sure of, so I'm taking a minute to think if I have any better ideas. So I got my notes on Marie here. I'm just wondering, if we're told about anyone that Marie is especially close with or something. Like, Bob is really into her, but everything we know suggests that she is not interested in him at all. Clearly, Anita dislikes her a lot. Oh, yikes. I forgot about this. Anita said no one likes her. Everyone would say so. Has smoking tea before bed, nearly set the sheets on fire once. And then, quote, she was a little bitch. I won't miss her. It could be Maggie. It could be Maggie. It could definitely be Maggie. I read my note that Sue says Maggie watched over her like a daughter. And like, that kind of makes sense because just like, Maggie's the person running things around here. Like, it seems like she potentially has more resources to run an operation like that. I don't know. We're not really given a lot of information about Marie, I guess, ultimately. But that does it makes more sense, I think, than Juste. And I've mentioned that I thought Maggie was hiding something. I just didn't know what. But then, so Maggie is also the one that asks us to investigate Marie. So she wouldn't do that if she knew what happened to her. So if Marie wasn't kidnapped, why did she leave? Why did she suddenly disappear? And does that suggest anything about whether or not she's working with Maggie? I don't know. Let me catch up on chat here. Derek Ironbrett said, I think there's the possibility that what the lady in black does in one of those letters. I don't remember drugs in those letters. It's not made clear. The lady in black in the letters to Bob just talks about a shipment. It's all very vague. I can't think of anything that would either back that up or, suggest that's incorrect from those letters. I'm a little tempted to say Maggie, but also the wig thing is I can't figure out the wig. But I guess like even if Juste did that for Marie for some reason, that doesn't mean that he is her accomplice necessarily. This is tough. Maggie or Juste? Let's look at my notes about Maggie. There's not many. Pious woman, mother to all of us, quote, a really good woman. That's all I've got in my notes. I guess nobody is also an option. Or Fred. I forgot about nobody. Now I'm wondering if this is a misleading question. So I feel like there's three options that all seem plausible to me. Maggie, Juste, nobody. Like, it could be nobody, but it seems a little unbelievable that she wouldn't have help from someone with something like this. I'm going to say Maggie. Who killed Juste? I feel like it's got to be Roy. I could be wrong, but, like, it's got to be Roy. The motive? A wig. I think that let's see. Today we found Roy on North Beach. I'm pretty sure we found Roy on North Beach, and he admitted that he was fishing. I'm pretty sure that was Roy. And like my best guess as to what happened with the medallion is that Juste chucked it in the water before he was murdered. Like he knew someone was coming after him and he was trying to get rid of it. Or, maybe he even like intentionally stuck it in the fishing net that it was caught in. So it suggests that someone was after him for the medallion. The exact hour of the crime, 1:30. the target of the shots. So the first time I did the quiz, I said Roy. I can't remember what I said the second time, but I speculated that, maybe there was someone else there. But after going through everything again tonight, we had that bit of info where someone says, Roy was terrified as if he had seen a ghost. So I think it's 100% Roy. What time were the shots fired? 10:30. I'm going to double check. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely not any of the other ones. You have between 25 and 50% of correct answers that there are still things you need to clarify. Carry on with your investigation. At least we got a higher score. That's pretty good. Fascinating. Oh, this game. Could Maggie be the lady in black with Marie as the accomplice? Honestly, like, almost anything's possible. I might have to watch. I might have to go back and review all three of the quizzes and how I answered the questions to kind of think that over. I can't remember how the questions differed, but I feel like saying that it was. I guess we'll get out of here and not die while I'm talking about stuff. Saying that it was Marie seemed to get us additional questions that suggest that was the right answer, but who knows? Hello, Torsten Bronger. It sure is a challenge. Okay, so Drawn says actually 50 to 75. Thank you. I was curious if you would be able to calculate that quickly. So, same category as the last time. So clearly I'm missing some pieces of the puzzle here. It's just a question of what. I feel like figuring out Marie's accomplice is important. I'm going to just write myself a note. Let's put it in here. Review quiz answers. Who is Lady in Black's accomplice? So figuring out who her accomplice is, I think, will be our main goal next week. Can I share my guess on what the Lady in Black does? Yeah. I'm curious what you think. Derek Arnbett says, I was making the assumption that the encrypted messages came from Lady in Black. That's probably not a safe assumption. Well, we know that Marie brought the piano over. So if she is the Lady in Black, she's responsible for them in some regard. But that, like, my guess would be that she's not necessarily always the one creating the messages. Like, she has the book that's necessary to decrypt them. So she might be the recipient at least some of the time. I believe that, well, one of the messages says we wait the boat, which does kind of seem like something that is sent by the Lady in Black. we still don't fully understand how the piano works exactly. Like, we're able to manipulate it to some degree to print out different messages, but like, it seems like each day it changes in some unknown way that makes it print a message when it's used in a particular way. So whoever is like setting up the piano in the first place using that, you know, mechanism that we're not really seeing is the one that's effectively sending the message. Culinary says, could have been a hit on Chris. He was in a position to get in the way of Lady in Black's operation if he's a cop. Yeah, but like, the information we have suggests that is not the case. You know, Roy says initially that the shot was fired at Chris, but I should review what his follow-up is to that. But it seemed pretty clear he was lying. How many questions were there? That's a good question. It seemed like there were about 10, but I wasn't counting. What is the threshold for winning? Don't know. We'll find out when we get there. I assume you have to get at least most of the questions right. I wonder if you maybe have to get them all right. I don't know. She sends the encrypted messages. There is reference to tribes needing guns, so arms dealers, my guess. That's true. I kind of forgot about that question. Like, that message is an interesting one. That's kind of the only case where guns ever come up. So the message on the second day says, tribes need guns, the wind. Exclamation points, 2 of them. Tribes is interesting because, like, it's suggested that the Maupitis have been mostly wiped out by the time period of this game. Juste is described as the last of the Maupitis. So, like, I don't know. And then, like, I have no idea what the wind could even be referring to. But yeah, arms dealer is, I guess, like, it does make sense to some degree, but like, there's very little in the game to reference that. Whereas we at least have some reference to drug trafficking. Like, that's even a topic, right? And we've unlocked all the topics, so there's not any topics that we're missing. So, like, if there's any more information to be found about arms dealings, like, you would think that would eventually become a topic once you've learned about that. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe this game is just cruel and difficult. They should have invented a way to learn the answers by playing the game. I agree. Are the devs unreachable? I don't think so. Well, I don't know. Unclear. I think I found at least one on LinkedIn. Interesting. I'm trying to remember. Like, I know that Dronon said that the people that run longcore.net got a hold of like some source code and were maybe in contact with the devs in some way. Devs apparently is what I'm calling them. Devs were sworn to secrecy by the lady in black. I think that must be the case. Okay. Let's find somebody to raid. So, schedule. On Friday, I'll be doing more art for the game. Our world builder game, Transfer Point. As Verdantry mentioned earlier, I've been putting together a trailer. I've posted some bits of that on Discord. It's come together pretty nicely, I think. So that's been a fun little project. But I'm excited to work some more on the art. I've continued to look more into what all I'm going to need to order in order to attempt some painting. But I haven't actually ordered anything yet. But this week we'll be doing probably we'll do like an inked version of the drawing where I attempt to figure out shadows and stuff like that. And just work out more of the details. Let's see. Who are we going to raid? Got a couple good options here. I feel like we haven't said hello to Cobra Commanda in a bit, and she's playing The Longest Journey, which is a game that's interested me for a while. So let's say hello to her. You're welcome, Pixel Turkey. Let me give you a shout out. I think I missed that earlier. I hope, shoot, your spy game is going well. I'm blanking on the name. Secret Agent. I think that's correct. Has it interested you for the longest while? It has. Okay, I think I got that right. Thank you all for hanging out. Here's some raid messages if you would like to join the Robot Parade. I appreciate you all very much. I hope you have a great rest of your week, and we'll see you around.